Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Yes, 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 yes. Victory is mine. Victory is today is mine. I told you, Satan, get thee behind. What? Victory today is mine. Come on, y'all. Victory is mine. Victory is mine. Victory today is mine. I told Satan, get thee behind, 'cause victory today is mine. How y'all doing? How y'all feeling? If you guys can hear, please press that one. We need all ears open and all mouths open. We got to talk about this. If you guys have not heard, all charges has been dropped. Not one charge, not two, all charges has been dropped. Oh my God, when I tell you it's some prayer warriors out here. Okay, so if you guys did not know, this case had to do with a mom and her son. She went to a food restaurant around 10, 11 o'clock because they was hungry. Her and her son. They just went there to get some hot dogs and some tacos. That's it, you know. Unfortunately, Satan was in the restaurant. Yeah, he was on that demon time, okay? It was a man in the restaurant. Her son was in the car. She went inside the restaurant. And the restaurant is all windows, so you can see outside. You can see inside the restaurant from outside, and you can hear it, because people talking, you can hear it. The glass is very thin. Cheap glass, okay? Because we in the hood, Chicago hood. That's where it go down. Okay, so she goes in there. She's deciding what she wants to order. So this demonic man in there, and he got his girlfriend in there, and they on some demon time. They on some bullshit. Okay, they think they knucking and they bucking. Okay, they looking for problems. So homeboy, he got really annoyed because she wasn't deciding on what she wanted to eat. So he went up there to talk to her, to mess with her. And she was so calm. She wasn't yelling at him. She was just talking to him, trying to explain something. But how he was pacing around and how he kept on clenching his fists, like he was looking to have a problem with somebody. Like he was on that demon time. So her son peeped it out. He peeped out the scene. Okay, who is this man talking to my mama? Okay, not only is he talking to her, he walking back and forth. He's squeezing his fist. I see he got his girlfriend there. What's really going on? It's a problem. So the son get out the car with the pow, just in case. Shit, it's Chicago. It go down in the hood. So he goes and peep his head in the restaurant and like, everything all right? And the mom's like, go back in the car. So he stood there. He like, nah, something up. While she's telling her son to go back in the car, the demonic man, he thinks she's talking to him. He said, oh, you telling me to go in the car? Huh? And she was not talking to him. The man on demon time, he didn't even look back to see she was talking to somebody else. That's how loony the man was, okay? So he told that woman, he said, listen, just shut up and order the food. Shut up and order the food. I swear, if you say something one more time, I'm going to knock you out. I swear. And she said something. She ain't be quiet. A lot of people would have been quiet. A lot of people were like, listen, I'm out. I don't want no problems. But for whatever reason, she kept talking. Now, why she kept talking, I don't know. She kept talking and trying to explain herself. And when he hauled off and he knocked the hell out of her again and again and again. And then the son saw it and he took out the pow and he popped him, okay? And that's what's going on. He was defending himself. Now, Reports had other day that it was more to the story. Come to find out, they're saying the more to the story was the man that was on Demon Time, his girlfriend added a whole different colorful picture, because they said that she was on Demon Time too, and she was telling reporters that the boy ran after her boyfriend and tried to hit him again, and the girl wanted to pop her for laughing. But people are saying the shit that the girlfriend of the demonic man was not true. So the court seen it, and they said, you know what? We can't hold them. We got all charges are dropped. The witness that's saying all this is the demonic girlfriend woman that instigated all this shit. So her mind ain't right either. So I'm going to need y'all to call in right now and let us know how y'all feel about that thing. And did I get it right? Did I get it right this time? Press 2 if I got the story right. Okay, press 5. And if I didn't, call in and correct it, boo. Call in, correct it. Let us know how you guys feel about that. All right, so call in. We want to know how you guys feel. Are you guys thankful, happy? All charges has been dropped. I'm going to read here in the comment section. Okay, we got a caller. Calling from 770. You're live from the air.
Hey, Gigi, I had to come back. I stayed up just so I can call in.
Come on.
Casey, I love you, brother, but you pissed me off last night because everything ain't about hood mentality. Everything ain't about, black and white type of thing. Sometimes it is about survival. And like I was saying last night, we don't know what was really said when they were saying the reports about she told him to chase him down. That's not what I saw in the videos, even with the videos that had sound and didn't. So that's what I was going off of, and I was pretty sure if anybody in their right mind would see this, it wouldn't be the charges that they had. So I am so happy that those charges have been dropped, but I just wanted to, Casey, we got to start. The problem with our community is we are so divided, and we always pointing the finger like, oh, it's because you're this, you're that, and this. That has nothing to do with certain situations. And in that situation, I didn't feel like it had anything to do with where you grew up at. Because if we were in a rural America and where, our counterparts teach their kids how to unload it, take it apart and all that other stuff, what's the difference with this woman and her son knowing where it was and knowing that it was for their protection? And thank God that they had it, because that man was going to continue to beat this woman. And I'm happy that the police saw that, and they're not going after these people for their life, because they already fought for their life when this man was trying to beat his mama to a post. I think that, yes, it's unfortunate that those people just sat around and looked, but when you look at it, that old man wasn't going to do anything. He was like the color purple. Well, it's time to go. Goodbye. He was going to closing down the piano. You know what I mean? So he was.
Miss Sophia coming through. It's time to go. Go ahead.
Sometimes we got to stop pointing the finger, and it's like, oh, it's because they from the hood, and it's the mentality that they have. No, if you ain't never been to the hood or had to survive in it, don't speak on it. And some of us have never, like these celebrity kids, they ain't never been to the hood a day in their life, but they all want to be hood. They swear that they, harder than life. But this little boy was a straight A student, get good grades, just graduated middle school, preparing for high school, and I'm sure he's shooting for the stars. And his mama is a businesswoman, a taxpaying woman, and just because she want to come and get food in the middle of the night for whoever's at home or her son, we don't know. It could have been a husband at home. And they just decided, there you go with your son, like normal people do. They go out with their children late at night to get food for the family. Nothing that she did was wrong that warranted that man to do that. And unfortunately, he paid the ultimate price. He said, on my grandmama, and he did the prayer hands like, you know, grandmama ain't here no more, and unfortunately he's not here either. But it doesn't mean that those people are supposed to suffer because they protected themselves. And we have the right to protect ourselves. And that boy had the right to protect his mother. And from my understanding, you know, it's different states have different laws on how to protect yourself when it comes to pow-pows. And from my understanding, that I know in the state of Georgia, your car and your house is an extension of your person. So that's why you're able to stand your ground in those positions when you're in those capacities. So, Casey, I love you, dog. I agree with you on a lot. But last night, I didn't agree with you, and apparently the Cook County DA didn't either. So that's all I got to say.
What do you...
him on the line. You can go ahead because I know he's going to, you know, I mean, again, I agree with a lot, but last night I didn't agree with nothing he said. And all he kept saying, it was him. They should be charged with him. No, they should not. These people were, if anything, she was negligent on whatever the case, if you want to call that, but I don't feel like she was negligent on anything. And how do we truly know that, like the other people said, that her son didn't just know this is where it's at because it's his mama. He's 14. He's not 5. So I don't know, you know, and I'm glad that the DA saw that. So if you can get him on the line, you can get him on the line. But, you know, I just want him to be able to own it, though.
Do you want to talk to him or no?
Sure.
Okay. Well, let's buzz him up. Calling from 702. Casey, are you on?
Yes, what's going on, Gigi? Hey, everybody in the chat. So I'll start off by saying this is great for the 14-year-old son and his future. This is also great for Pow Pow owners who are saved from someone else using lethal force to protect them. But where I disagree with is it is about hood mentality. I mean, look at how Jeremy and his girlfriend were acting. The Pow Pow was for her protection. Still needs to be secured where a child can't have access to it. And the reason why I said that is because tell it to school pow powings where there's a child pow powing up a school. They have access to a pow pow that they're not supposed to have access to. And also, you know, the Cook County State's attorney, Kim Fox, she dropped the Merck charges. Okay, she dropped the charges. But it's possible that the city could pick up those same charges and file them. I don't want that for Carlisha because she was getting pummeled by Jeremy. She had a right to defend herself. He was committing assault and battery against her. We all agreed with the events that took place inside the restaurant. It was what happened outside the restaurant where we disagreed at. You know, some people would say this is a victory. I think it's a good thing. Because, like I said before, the 14-year-old son, he has his future, and Carlisha is free to raise her 14-year-old son. And my question to you and other people, you know, as far as this case, I'm just curious, and we got to understand before I ask my questions. I believe the state attorney's office, we got to understand that she's in a lame duck session as far as her job. She's not going to seek re-election next year. She's more focused on clearing her workload versus adding. I think the media outcry and people calling her office, the mom and son with no criminal history.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you have a problem when we see our rural counterparts teaching their kids how to take the pow pows apart and how to aim and how to go do all this stuff, and you don't think that they know where the pow pows are in their possessions, whether it's in the car or the house or in the barn or whatever, and in a case of an emergency, and I felt like that was an emergency, and you see the boy was even fumbling, so obviously he's not as even, you know, trained as our counterparts are in the rural America. So is it okay for them? And when you say the hood mentality, Nick and Carlisha didn't have hood mentality. They had survival mentality. Now, what Jeremy and his girlfriend had ain't got nothing to do with us. That's why they ended up in the situation that they ended up in. But you can't block us all in that same category just because they
Well, I
chose
didn't do
to
that.
defend
In the beginning of the
and
phone
just
call, I
because
said,
Nick knew. Wait a minute, I'll let you finish.
Okay.
Just because Nick knew where to find the pow to protect his mother. I don't give a damn. Like I said, he's not 5 years old, and it doesn't mean that we should be rooting for these people's lives to be ruined when it could have been ruined just very well. If that little boy didn't have that, that man was going to stomp the shit out of that woman. So there's no way you're going to tell me he would have stopped. And he had a pow. You don't think he would have used it? So unfortunately, we're talking about apples and oranges here, and we probably would never agree on that. And I'm okay with agreeing and disagreeing. You know, you have your perspective of it, and I have mine, just like the rest of us. But again, I don't think that the city is going to pick it up because the county, the DA has more jurisdiction over them. So I doubt if they're even going to bother with this. And I'm glad there was outpour on this because there would have been 2 lives ruined when all they were doing was protecting themselves. And me being a Black woman, I know how nobody respects us. Everybody feels like they can haul off and harm us. And it's not fair, and it's not okay, and it's not justifiable. So for you to say that she should have walked away, she shouldn't have put her son in that situation, do we really know that she told her son to do this? Because it was all coming from this dumbass girl that was saying, I told you. So we don't agree to disagree on that, but I'm happy that and we all should be happy. We shouldn't be making excuses on, well, they only got off because of this. No, they got off because it was clear on what it was. And if it was our counterparts, you better your bottom dollar they would have gotten off. They wouldn't even went to jail. So that's just me. There was a lot said. I'll address it point by point. As far as learning pow safety with children, I agree with that. Nothing wrong with taking your child to the pow range, teaching them how to clean a firearm, use a pow, clean a pow. That's a controlled environment. And you and I don't disagree. There's nothing that we disagree on. It's just that in this situation, things could have happened differently. And I'm glad that Carlisha is alive. I'm glad that her and her 14-year-old son are not going to be sitting in jail or facing charges anymore. All I'm saying is that when looking at it from what we can take away, should someone who's a pow owner, should they have the pow on their person, or should it be secured where a child cannot access it just in case if something negative happens? See, when looking at this, we're like, oh, it's great that he had access to it because he saved his mother's life. And I agree with you. It's great that he saved his mother's life and charges were not filed. However, going forward, as far as takeaways, I think a pow owner should have the pow on their person or have it secured because, like you said, what if playing the what if game, like you were saying, addressing what you said, what if Jeremy had a pow and now he's using his pow against the 14-year-old because the 14-year-old had used a pow first. I believe in protecting children. I don't wish ill will on Carlisha or the 14-year-old. It's just that looking back at it with the facts of the case not changing, only thing that's changed is charges have not been were dismissed. We got to look at it that the media outcry and people calling, the mom and son having no criminal history, the mom being a licensed pow owner. Jeremy instigated the argument and committed assault and battery against Carlisha. Carlisha did not have a reasonable ability to defend herself, and we are all going different when it comes to the events outside the restaurant not being corroborated because it's more than likely witnesses did not want to testify in court. Also, Carlisha and her son may have not had access to a good legal team, and I'm not saying that it's going to happen or that I want it to happen, but there is a reasonable level of thinking in that the county level may have dismissed the felony charges to have them refiled at city later. And so if that doesn't happen, that's great. I'm happy because there's two people who
were victims at one point, being free and not having to deal with the court system and all that. I think it's a great thing. So my question to you, I hope I answered all your questions. My question to you is,
of course, Casey, you know, you pissed me off last night, but I feel revenge.
We got to have a tough conversation, because it's a Second Amendment right to own a pow pow. It's a, you know what I'm saying? We got to have a tough conversation and look at it from multiple angles.
So ask me your question, because I got one more question for you. So go ahead.
Okay, what's your question?
Okay, so you said why didn't she have it on herself? So as close as that man was to her, let's hypothetically speak, she had it on her, and she would have, let's say he pulled it out. And as close as he was to her and the rage that he had in her, I don't even know if she would have been able to, you know, get it out, and him not being able to overpower. It was so many things that could have went wrong in that scenario, because they were so close in. He was in her personal
She's
space.
the adult. It's her pow pow. She's got to be able to use it in close quarters combat situation and protect herself and her son. Because
yes, and you are absolutely right. But we don't know if she took the classes and all that good stuff and how well versed she is.
She's licensed to carry. She lives on the south side of Chicago.
You don't need nothing for that. You know that, right? All you need is the money and the clean background.
Right, but she lives on the south side of Chicago, where it's rough. I don't know where you're from, but south side of Chicago is rough.
I'm from Atlanta originally, and I live in Southern California now. So,
I mean, Southern Cal can get rough, and Atlanta has its problems. So when it comes to a single mother with a child, she's got to be ready, because if she lives in the neighborhood like south side of Chicago, or a bad neighborhood, if you know they need to be able to protect themselves, and if she owns a pow pow like she did, she's got to be able to use it. I think that playing the what if game of, well, what if she didn't do this, what if she did that? She's a pow pow owner for a reason, so she's got to be the one to use it. I just said that because you're saying that she should have had it on her. Okay, she didn't. Who gives a damn? But if she did, hypothetically speaking, what would have really happened? Would have been I don't see that. She would have been defending herself and not involving her son. She would have been defending herself, not involving her son.
She didn't involve her son. She told her son to go get in the car. So she didn't involve her son. Her son involved himself when he stayed.
Because her son had to step in and save his mom. Her son had to step. The son had to step in and save his mom.
Right,
which he was right to do, because
he said she shouldn't involve him, but she didn't involve him essentially because he told him to go get back in the car.
Well, I think it's 2 stories going around, or maybe 3, and people believe different stories. One theory is
this isn't the story. This is what we heard on the.
I get what you're saying. But you have to remember too, there are other narratives that are out there that people believe. So, it's another narrative that feels that, you know, she told her son to come, you know, and check on her through a text or whatever. And he was, you know, that's how he was summoned. And that she ordered him to finish the other guy and to finish the girl that was laughing at her. Now you have another narrative that says none of that took place. So people pick and choose what narrative they want to believe.
But the DA obviously saw more than what our speculations are, because they have the facts and the evidence in front of them, and they decided that it was justifiable. So I think all of our speculations really make no difference. The city is not going to over
That's actually false. What they publicly said, and I got to cut you off, that's actually false. What they publicly said is they didn't have enough evidence to pursue.
To warrant the charges.
To warrant, right. No, let me get the actual terminology, because it's a little bit different. And I mean, I'm not trying to discount what you're saying. It's just that someone else is going to hear us talk about this, and they're going to be thinking, okay, I'm not calling the cops. I'm going to put out the right information so that people can make an informed decision if they're in the same situation and they have a child with them. You see
You're
what I'm saying?
absolutely right. I'm not saying
like
for
I,
you to just go and to even in this situation, the little boy didn't just come in with the pow swinging. He actually waited to something jumped off to react, and that's anybody. We are the fight or flight. You know, we have that in us. That's never going to change. You know what I mean?
Right, so
and some people choose to fight, and some people choose to retreat. And yet, all day yesterday, what you pissed me off on was you saying that they should have left. She should have just left. She should have just left. And I don't feel like she was even being combative with him. She was just not shutting up. And that's what she shouldn't. She's a grown-ass woman. Why should she? Just because someone told her to? Because
I agree. I agree. And so it was based upon, this is all coming from Fox Chicago, based upon the facts, evidence, and the law, we are unable to meet our burden of proof in the prosecution of these cases. So that doesn't necessarily mean that they believe that she's, innocent, or anyone's innocent or not guilty. It's just that they just chose not to pursue it further because
they don't have
they felt
any evidence to.
Well, no, it was in light of emerging evidence. So there was evidence that came up. It was emerging evidence. They believed that they were unable to meet their burden of proof.
Well, how do we know this emerging evidence? It wasn't that woman, his girlfriend, was lying. How do we not know that burden that proof that they were going off of was just her word against theirs? Because again, even when we saw in the video that didn't have the sound, you saw them kind of tussling, struggling. I ain't even gonna say tussling. They kind of like, she tried to grab the gun, or he had the gun, whatever the case, and he wouldn't let her. He walked back to the car. We don't hear what's been said. We don't even see a body, or a person out there. Evidence didn't they see? And again, they know the facts. I'm sure they saw whatever, surveillance and whatever witnesses that they could get to come forward. I don't know. And we don't know because they're not saying, what would you do? Walk away? How do we know if she tried to walk away, we wasn't going to grab her by the hair and still knock her down or whatever? We don't know because this man was enraged. He was like, he wanted to hit her. He wanted her to continue to talk. He wanted to go see his grandmama. And that's no shade, and that's not me trying to be funny. But apparently he was frustrated. And I'm saying that his whole error was like, ugh, I want to hurt somebody.
Yeah, but for me, when you're dealing with demonic spirits like that, don't engage. Plenty of people would not have engaged with him and just walked away or called I wouldn't call the cops in front of him. But shit, try to do whatever you can do to de-escalate the conversation, because he kept saying, if you say one more thing, I'm going to knock you out. He said it twice before he knocked her out. So I would have took those, what he said was for real, and I'm not going to keep talking to that nigga, okay?
I got you. Well, I mean, I'm going to pray for the family because on both, like I told you last night, I'm going to pray for the family on both sides because unfortunately lives have been changed here. And I hope that Nick can get some help, and his mama too, and Jeremy's family, even the little stupid. I think everybody is traumatized behind this, and their life would never be the same. And I think that should be our focus point versus who was wrong in this situation, because there was no right in this, because that man wasn't going to allow any right to show.
No,
that little boy wasn't trying to come in there to do that.
I humbly disagree. I think that the 14-year-old was justifiable in using lethal force to protect his mother inside the establishment when he pow-powed Jeremy in the back. And I also believe that Carlisha was a victim when Jeremy was pummeling her, and she needed to be saved. So what happened inside the establishment, I agree with. The narrative that when Jeremy was leaving the establishment, they pursued her, and she ordered her son to pow-pow him and then wanted her son to pow-pow the girlfriend. That's the only part that I disagree with, is outside the establishment and those alleged elements. But inside the establishment, I think it's great that...
I'm glad you said alleged, because we have no proof of that.
Right. We have no proof of that, and there's not going to be a trial, hopefully. So we won't know about it. But so to me, I like to ask you: do you have a somewhat of a faith in government now, knowing that if you choose to defend yourself, that the government will do the right thing?
No. I mean, we all still, it's a
But
case
why
by
not?
case
They dropped the
situation.
charges.
Because we don't, that don't mean they gained my trust. And I just felt like, okay, they recognized the situation that they needed to rectify, and they did that in the popular opinion. I don't feel like they still have our best interest or anyone's best interest at heart. This is a machine. It has nothing to do with the people.
So you're saying if another woman is in the same situation and she has she has a pow that she legally owns, would you tell her to have it unsecured? And would you encourage her to do some of the same things that Carlisha did or that her son did?
Again, I'm going to say it's a case-by-case situation. You don't know until you in it. And obviously,
what would you say
for general
information? What would you say? Because you say you have no faith in government. Carlisha and her son, they had charges dropped against them, which is great. What would you tell someone going forward who's like a single mother in a place like the South Side of Chicago, what she should do and what she should take away from this?
She should do what's best for her. It's a different situation. You don't know what situation someone will be in, so you have to play your position in your situation. So we can't say that it's going to be the same exact thing. It may be the same element, maybe the same circumstances, but it's not going to be the same situation. And it's not going to be the same reaction because we all have that fight or flight. So everybody ain't going to fight and everybody ain't going to flight. So I would say to that woman just to protect yourself in the best way possible and do take into account of the law to make sure that you're backed by it. So every decision that you make is warranted and again, you not throwing your life away protecting yourself. But I'm not going to tell a woman not to still protect themselves. And if I was in that situation, I would talk to my son, first of all, but I would not chastise him of, okay, son, you did something wrong. And I know he might be listening to us too because he is 14. So
would you lock the firearm in the glove box? Like, would you lock it or leave it unlocked?
Truth be told, I do it sometimes now. So it's like I don't carry it into every place that I go. I just have it in my car for my protection.
So you have a child in your vehicle? You have a child in your vehicle?
Children, but I do have nieces.
So if you had a child, would you leave the child in the vehicle with the pow in the glove box with the glove box being unlocked?
I'm not going to say I would do that intentionally, but I'm not going to say
accidentally
that it could
you
never
would.
happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think it's a blessing.
I'm a devil's advocate. I always think you want to think the best, but you always prepare for the worst.
Got it.
So.
All right. Well, I thank you. I think it's a blessing that he did that to save his mom. So that's my thoughts on that. But we got other callers. I thank you 770 so much.
Well, it's nice talking to y'all. I'll talk to you. I'm gonna listen in and talk to y'all later.
All right. All right. So let's go on to our next caller. Are you okay, Casey?
Oh yeah, this is great.
Okay. You taking the heat. He's here and taking the heat. I thought you was gonna dodge out. I didn't think you was gonna show up.
Nah.
I said KC ain't gonna show up.
It's within the best interest of the Black community. That's how I look at it.
Oh, okay. And we all have different perspective on what's best for the Black community. Okay. So let's go on to our next caller. Calling from 832. You're live on the air.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Gigi. Hey, is it Casey?
Casey?
Yep.
Hello.
Yes, Casey.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you real good,
yeah, loud
girl.
and clear.
Okay, cool. My perspective on my end, we are a family in my household. that have guns. I keep my guns out. When I'm in the bed, my gun is on the side of the bed. I do have a 13-year-old grandson, a 19-year-old son, and they are aware of the safety of a gun. They know how to operate a gun. They go to the gun range with us. So it just really, to me, is giving the kids the information. Now, when you said that when it was the outside part, Casey, that you had a problem with, but my thing is, just like I'm licensed to carry, you shoot to kill your target. If you got to defend yourself, you shoot to kill. Now, when they left out that building, which we didn't see, we don't know if he was running to a gun. You don't know if him and her made a comment that they was going to get a gun. So you don't know what happened outside to the fact that you had to make sure he was down and didn't come back to hurt you or your son. Now, as in a gun, sometimes to the store and my son sitting in the car, my grandson in the car with them, they know everything that's safety about that gun. I don't have nothing to worry about because I trained them and they know that. It's the idea of kids not knowing about guns because people are so scared. It's a gun. It's not gun. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm saying what word. It's not pow-pow. It's the people that not know the information about using it.
So we agree with what happened inside the restaurant. I think it's great that the 14-year-old used lethal force to save his mom, and the mom was in trouble. And as a licensed pow-pow owner, she had a right to use her pow-pow to defend herself using lethal force against Jeremy Brown. But we could what if all day as far as outside the restaurant. The narrative that's available, that the only narrative that's available is they pursued him, finished him off, and then the mom was wanting the son to go after the girlfriend. And so that's where I have a problem with it. And the way I look at it. Well, the way I look at it, that's kind of the piece that we should also focus on is charges were dropped, which is great. But what do we think about just the idea of her ordering her son to finish him off? And the mind state that he is in now, because he took a life. And I think that, we could say, well, maybe he was going to get his own pow-pow. Maybe he was going to get his homies for revenge. But
we don't know.
Someone, based off the narrative that's online, they became the aggressors and took his life. They don't know what he was doing because it was just a pursue and finish him off. And I think that's a dangerous narrative. That's a dangerous narrative.
Put yourself in that situation either. He didn't have no business putting himself in that situation. The way how aggressive he was. First of all, they also said about you should have just walked away. If you don't see all the angles, but she was in a catacomb. So when he punched her, that pushed her towards the wall. So now she's kind of catacomb.
But the 14-year-old pow-powed him in the back.
I know, but listen, you don't know where he hit him in the back. We don't have that full camera. When he come in the car, come in the door, that's what we see. You see him in his pocket, and then he come out.
He was fleeing the scene.
No,
he was fleeing the scene.
You say he flew in. But he shot him in the back twice, in the front, in the store, and then outside, right?
Right. So what happened outside is where we disagree. But he was fleeing. Jeremy was fleeing the scene.
I don't disagree with that because I don't know. You go to any judge, it's just I tell you. Just anyone will tell you, I don't know. I fear for your life. He had a reason. They had a reason to fear for their life. They don't know what he was going to get. And if I was in the same situation, I would have hit his ass too. Because guess what?
He could have been going to the hospital.
We don't know. Exactly. We don't know.
We don't know. But they didn't give him a chance to know.
Let me talk. Exactly.
Okay.
You don't give nobody a chance. You don't give nobody a chance. You don't give, if somebody threatens you and put hands on you, you don't give them a chance. You're right. We don't know. And I'm in the mood of protecting myself and my child. I don't
But
know.
it goes from protection to aggression when you're pursuing someone who's fleeing the scene.
That's not aggressive. No, that's what I'm saying. In license to carry, they tell you this in class. No, I don't know. If I'm in that same position, I don't know what the hell he was going to get. And I'm not going to find out.
So would you give like a single mother? Oh, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
So would you give like single mothers the advice of after they use a pow-pow, if someone is like running away from them or fleeing, that they should pursue the person and finish the job?
If I don't know, if I'm protecting myself, yes, I just explained to you. I totally agree with that because guess what? I don't know what he was going to get. If right now they tell me I need to protect myself, if God come up on me and threaten me or any kind of form of way, I'm pow-powing. And if he's not down, I'm going to pow-pow till he is down because I don't know how he's going to get up and come back and charge me.
Okay.
I don't know what he's going to do. So I'm going to knock his butt until he's down, period. If he's gone, he's gone. If he's alive but he's down, that's all I need. He got up and ran. Don't know
how far would you pursue him?
I'm going to knock him. What you mean? I'm
how
not.
Far
we don't know how far. Not listen.
Well, I'm asking you. How far would you pursue him?
I'm not.
You would pursue him for 2 blocks to finish the job?
No, I'm not running those 2 blocks. But no, I'm not doing that. I'm
but
not
how,
running
okay,
those 2
how
blocks
far,
behind nobody.
Because he was powed in the restaurant, and then
But obviously they was going to their car. Their car, the parking lot, not that damn big.
Right.
So obviously his car right there. You got his smart ass girl saying stuff. You don't know what they got or what they going to do.
So in your state, is that legal?
Yes. Texas, yes. You shoot till your target is down.
So in Texas, if I have a house,
don't know what they carry.
so help me out. I don't know Texas laws. If I'm in a house in Texas, I got a boyfriend named Jermaine. My boyfriend hit me 3 times in the face, okay? I got the pow-pow, and I shot him in the back. And he went outside my house, and I popped him again on the sidewalk because I didn't know if he was going to go in his car and get a pow-pow and come for me. So I popped him out of here. So am I in a right in Texas?
Yeah, you have the right. Yes, you do.
Okay, so I'm in a right. I didn't do nothing wrong in Texas. I popped him dead because he hit me.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
You don't even need a license. You don't even need to have a license to carry in Texas. I just have my license and done a class and all that stuff, but you don't even have to have a license to carry in Texas. Now, I ain't saying every situation is different. I get it. But if I'm outside in my car and I'm about to come in my house and somebody walk behind me and get me behind and I was able to get away and shoot them, and then they get away and I was able to turn around and shoot them. And then he's running towards his car. I have the right to shoot him because I don't know when he's going to push his car and get.
Well, shit. You know, everybody in Texas that getting whooped by these niggas, shit, if y'all can take them out and y'all going to be all right, right?
Yeah, it's yourself. If you could prove it, and I'm not saying going around kill nobody. No.
Well, listen, if these niggas, it's a lot of husbands. They say it's getting whooped. A lot of women getting whooped. Self-defense. Get that pow-pow. Pop them out.
Yeah.
You know, make sure you're married and you're going to get all the legal money and you good.
Right.
If that's the case, shit, I didn't know it was that easy. I thought once he ran out and you hit somebody in the back, that was not protecting yourself because he's no longer a threat.
Now,
but you're saying in Texas, you can pop somebody in the back as long as they're on your property, you're saying?
Exactly. Now, I wouldn't. Every situation is different.
Y'all better not be on no properties.
Put his hands on me. Exactly. That's the consequences you get if you're trying to harm somebody. If you're trying to harm, okay, prime example. I'm gonna just give you this. This was a case about 3 months ago. There was a restaurant. A guy came in there, right? And he had a gun. He got people sitting at the table. It's a Mexican restaurant.
He got a pow-pow. I forgot. I'm sorry, pow-pow.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Pow-pow. So he went around. He robbed everybody. He got to the last guy. He got his stuff. He turned around and walked out the door. The guy stand up and shot him hit him from the back. Even though he was out the door, he was like right by the door. He was heading out the door and he hit him. Got pow-pow from the back, no charges. Why? Because he was a threat to everybody in that restaurant. And we had a right to defend ourselves. And guess what? The gun was Texas is
wild. Texas is wild. Because even though I gave you that scenario, hold on. Even though I gave you that scenario, you guys remember the scenario I gave you about my boyfriend, Jerome? What if he never hit me. I just wanted him dead to take half the money. And the marks you see, I did it myself.
Well, then that's why investigation come in. They're gonna prove that you ain't got nothing on you, no proof to show that happened.
No, you have proof. People come out all the time that with bruises, and they say something happened, and you just have to take your word for it.
Right. Well,
so I'm just saying,
you have to back it up with proof. I mean,
it's very complicated. And I'm sure a man, if he wanted to get rid of your ass, all he had to say was, she was violent towards me and I had to defend myself, and I popped her.
Right. And I feel like men got to defend themselves too, because there's some women that's crazy. It's not a one-way street. It go both ways.
Woo,
it go both
girl,
ways.
I'm staying my black ass out of Texas. See, I don't like guns, so I'm against guns. I know it's y'all Second Amendment.
And see, I used to be
I'm against guns. I'm sorry, and that's just how I feel. I would want to be in a country where guns are very small, and there's a lot of countries out here where you don't have guns like that. So I will always lean towards that. So, and I'm back in the blue. So that's all I got to say. Go ahead, y'all. I'm back in the blue. Go ahead.
That's it. And like I said, it's just really about defending yourself. And that's just all around. So like I said, you don't know what he was going to get. You don't know what could have happened. I was going to be 2 steps ahead of you because you was already putting harm to me and my mother. Just using that as an example. So that's how I feel. And even in the video, you didn't even see her getting rowdy or anything. She was trying to explain for him, but he was on some whole other stuff. And like I said, you should have left. We don't know how he angled her in. And then once he went off and hit her, we wasn't in there. You can't say just get out and run. Then you got to walk backwards because you don't even trust if he's going to come towards you from behind.
Okay, Lynn, the police got pow-pows, and they right. They are trained, and clearly I have more faith in the police than average citizens. So I'm cool with the police doing it, having pow-pow. But everybody and their mama, and I'm at the grocery store, and everybody bucking-knucking,
But
that's just my opinion.
Let me say this. But let me say this, Casey. Even let's say if I was his mother and he pow and he stayed on that ground, he wouldn't have moved. I would have just stayed there. Hey, don't move until the police get here. You get what I'm saying? But by the fact that he actually got up and ran out, you don't know what he was going to get.
Yeah, see, the reason why I'm not taking like a stance or anything, but the reason why this is dangerous to me as far as rhetoric is because police officers have used the same defense with pow-powing a lot of black people in the back who were unarmed and they were fleeing for their life.
Right.
And we have to understand that when someone is unarmed and we've already pow-powed them once and they're fleeing from us, that you're kind of rolling the dice to finish the job for what ifs.
But KC,
this situation was
fighting they wasn't putting harm towards the police officer at that moment. I'm talking about this man's idea. It was right and was wrong. Your ideas could be an idea after idea after idea, but they did not put harm to a police officer.
Well, what I'm saying is it's just the idea of this same line of thinking of I'm pursuing you and taking your life because you may be a threat to me or you may do something lethal to me.
Yeah,
I think it's dangerous.
They're saying their ideology.
Let's just say this.
Because people feel.
Let's just say don't put. I get it. It could go, like you said, it could have went any other way. It could have been, he could have been going to his house. It don't matter. The idea is don't nobody put themselves in their position so they can get pow. Period. Let's just say that. Don't put yourself. That if I had my children went out, you going out there robbing and doing all this stuff, guess what? Your ass get popped up. You ain't had no business stealing somebody's stuff or going to somebody's house. I'm just using that example. That's the consequences that come with it. I'm not gonna be, he was a good child. No, he ain't had no business breaking in them people's house because if somebody was breaking in my house, no matter who child it is, they was gonna get pow.
And put down.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm just playing devil's advocate. It's a great
Yeah,
conversation.
you definitely are paying that.
I'm glad you
Yeah,
called
yeah,
in.
y'all. KC's checking the
I don't see
cable,
that.
so it's a good conversation versus everybody agreeing. I mean,
Right.
what's the interest in
Exactly.
everybody on the
Because
same
we don't
agreeing?
know.
And real life is we all
And,
don't
and, and
agree.
mind you, just because somebody going around don't mean I go around pound somebody because they run from the back. Every situation is different. I get the police stuff, but guess what? If you do what people say, like you say, but if they don't, they decide to want to run for the popo. But at the same time, they wasn't putting bodily harm on the popo. Because guess what? If they actually raise something at the popo, they're going to protect themselves.
Right. It's just
Why
when it gets to the
put
point
yourself
where
in this situation saying coulda, woulda, woulda? No. You see yourself. This is what we have. This a man. Just like that lady you had on earlier, 504 something. She's from New Orleans. They got 12-year-olds running around with AK.
yeah, it just I just want
Walking around with
it's just a friendly
AK.
debate.
You get what I'm saying? Like,
I say change my
dude,
mind,
you got little kids.
convince me that if I pal someone and they're running away and they're fleeing, that it's justifiable or okay to pursue them and finish the job. That's what I want to be convinced of.
Okay, and I get that. I totally get that. My question to you is, if he ran 2 blocks up to try to pop out him, I can understand that. But if we're in a parking lot, this man already rowdy onto a whole nother level, and his car in the same parking lot as mine, and I don't know what he going to get. Shit, better him than me. Any day. And thank God we don't have to worry about him doing that again. And you could have better believe
So,
that man got a record from top to bottom.
Okay. Do you remember, and this case don't have nothing to do with that case, but it has, I guess, something to do with humans feeling like a person is a threat, because we all have different ideologies and different perspectives. What is a threat and what is not a threat? I can have Bill, and to me, Bill is a motherfucking threat. But you say, well, what he said, it was not no threat. Everybody got their own perspective. However, with this case, it was the Michael Jackson dude, and up in New York, and the men took him out. Do you remember that? Because they said they took him out because he was a threat. They put him in a chokehold, and they took him out in New York because he was yelling at people. He hungry, and he was telling people he was going to take them out on the subway.
But
the chokehold situation,
yeah. Okay. Well,
you actually, you thought that was right? Oh.
No. I'm very anti-death. Like, I'm not for,
right.
But,
I get it.
Yeah. But maybe in Texas, it would have been okay. In Texas, would have been okay.
No, that's not what I'm saying. No, you can talk all you want, as long as you don't put no hands on somebody and putting bodily harm to someone.
But talking, it could be people can perceive that.
No, talking, no, they tell you that. They tell you that talking is not saying go kill somebody. You can tell all you want, as long as you don't approach me, follow me, or put your hands on me. That's it.
No, talking is people take that as a threat as well. What you say to somebody is threatful.
When I'm saying as in protecting yourself, they have to show bodily harm or got an object coming towards you, something like that, so you have to defend yourself.
Huh? Okay, so if a person was in front of me and they say, I'm about to take you out, and then they end up going into their back pocket and I pop them. I popped them because they said they were going to take me out, and I felt that they was going to come towards me. But it's based on words. And I think that if I'm scared, then I'm scared. Ain't shit you can do about that. I don't care. If a person says some stuff.
I get what you're saying.
So, and maybe in certain states it is legal. I mean, everything is different. But we do have other callers, and I appreciate you for calling.
Okay.
And I appreciate your passion, too. All right. So we got some other callers calling from 470. You're live on the air, 470.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you real
loud
good.
And clear.
Okay, hey, how y'all doing? So I'm gonna be really, really quick because I have to go back to work. So my opinion about this situation is, he had no right to put his hands on her. Period. I do feel like he's a man, and at the end of the day, when you're at a restaurant and somebody has their child with them, like whether if he's like 18 or not or whatever, he knew how to shoot. I'm sorry, pow. And I just feel like when it comes down to it, like, what would you do if a grown man is putting his hands on you and you're a woman and your son is just going to sit there and just watch it and let it happen? But he didn't have to let it happen. He did something about it. And I'm glad that the charges were dropped. I'm glad that they did get a chance to come out and tell their story, because like a lot of people, it doesn't end well for them. These type of scenarios, like, they don't get off. It's always something. So I feel like it's a blessing that they got off.
Mhm. Okay.
So yeah, I just don't so all the comments I've like been watching and stuff like that, it's just been really, really crazy to see like people and how they think, like, oh, she deserved it. How did she deserve that? Like, we only seen a little bit of the video, and from what I saw, like, he was pounding her. Like, he's done that before to plenty of women.
Yeah. Well,
So I don't know.
right. But the thing about it is, I think I see people are on the defense, and you still have people on social media that says that taking that man's life was just too much. And then you have majority of them that feel like it was justified. So people can also use that argument and say, well, yeah, he beat other women just as bad and they didn't kill him.
Yeah, because you
And
see
then,
how
hold on,
easy it was for.
Did you finish? Did you hear what I said? He beat women just as bad. They didn't kill him. She's still alive, and they are alive. So why was she different? Why was she any different? He beat Carlisha. He beat Keisha. Oh my God! Did you see how he did Janice? You know, but Janice didn't take him out of here, and she's still alive.
Right.
And he's still alive. So why is it a life have to be gone? Yes, he should have did his time, but why does a life have to be gone?
That just goes to show that you cannot be putting your hands on certain people, because certain people is going to take you out, and that's just is what it is. And certain people ain't going for that. See, I live in the state of Georgia, and in Georgia, I live in an open carry state. If that would have happened in Georgia, the same thing would have happened, probably even worse. So, you know, Chicago, I know their laws is different or whatever, but I know in Georgia, like, they don't play that here. So, like, you do something to somebody, anybody, like, something is bound to happen. That's why you're supposed to just mind your business and tend to yourself, and stuff like that won't happen to you. So you got God, and at the end of the day, like,
you said mind your business and stuff won't happen to you?
No.
You don't argue with the devil.
Especially
why do you argue with crazy people? Don't engage.
I'm saying like stuff. Yeah, I'm saying like
let
stuff
people
happens,
just
though.
say
like,
what
you know,
they
words
say.
are said,
Walk
like,
away. Don't engage.
Right. You know, it's just how I feel, like, you know. But in all actuality, people are gonna have words. Like, even if, like, I mean, I'm not an argumentative person, but other people are.
Yeah, I get it, but they have to realize too, words, when you go back and forth, that is going to result into somebody getting taken out or hurt. People don't know how to be civil and to communicate. People are talking to at people. People are talking to insult people. People are talking to degrade people. You know, so I would. They don't want to talk. They do not want to talk.
Yeah, they don't.
They don't want to hear shit you saying. So why? They don't want to hear nothing you saying. They're not listening.
Especially when they're like in that mood, like they don't want to hear nothing you got to say, and that's true. And especially when they're already at rage. Like in that situation, like he was already at rage. She was going back and forth with him, and he hit her, and he had no business doing that, like, at all. So I have a question for you. So if
Hold
you're
on.
aware, because I'm
Hold
not
on.
aware of this.
I'm looking at the
What?
comment section. They said, well, she can get her food and speak. She has the right to speak. Yeah, she has the right to speak, but
Yeah.
you have to realize when you're involved and you're engaging in a person that's ludicrous shit is going to happen. What point did you don't get? If you're engaging with a person that's crazy mentally, you have a right to speak to that person. You have the right to argue with that person. But if you want those type of problems to come to you, then so be it. If you're at a gas station and these niggas is talking to you crazy, you have a right to go back and forth with their ass, but why do it? Why? Why? When you know
Right.
mentally
'Cause
they
you don't know
got
what's
shit,
going on in
they
their
don't got
mind.
shit to lose. You know they don't care about going to prison. They don't give a damn. So why engage? Why? Cause you just want to show them you big bad. You just want to. I want to sock it to them. I want to let. I mean, you can do what you want to do, of course. Can't nobody control that. But I would not inform anybody to engage with craziness.
Yeah.
But
Well,
what
you know, like
what
I'm
you gonna
definitely
say?
not for violence. Like I would say that. Like I'm definitely not for the violence either. Like I'm all for peace. You know, I feel like everybody deserves that.
Fuck it.
You
I'm
know, but
not
on the
even
other
engaging with
hand,
these hoes on
you
YouTube. How about that?
yeah. and I'm on
Uh,
and I'm on
Hell no.
and
I
I'm
ain't
on
engaging with you
and I'm on
motherfuckers on
amp too, and I don't
YouTube.
engage either.
And I know I ain't gonna see
Yeah, like
y'all,
at work,
but I'm not about
anywhere.
to allow y'all to steal my peace by engaging with you dummies. Like, what's the point? They say when two
Yeah.
people arguing, we don't know who the fool is.
That's true. That's true. You know, it's just a crazy situation overall, and you know, I might even like I can't say that he learned his lesson because he is no longer
He
here.
dead.
But yeah, I know. but
But you can say this,
hopefully
right?
this
You can
hopefully
say,
people
who about that? What about this? So he's gone. So what I think about is the man that's like him, right? So the men that's like him, what are they learning? Are they learning, okay, I bet not hit on no woman because this might happen to me? Are they thinking I'm going to
yeah.
have my gun with me all the time and I'm just going to shoot a hoe now because ain't no hoe going to have their son hitting on me? I mean, what are these type of men thinking? We don't know because we don't have none of those type of men in the
All
comments. Huh?
all of them. Everything you just said is what they think, and you got men that think the first thing you
I
said,
know,
and
but
you got men that think the
I
second thing
don't,
you
I
said.
really don't know because you be surprised coming from the people that actually live that life. So I really don't know. All I can do is guess, and a lot of times when you're guessing with a different group that's different, and you don't. A lot of times when you're thinking about a killer, and if you're not a killer, sometimes you be wrong. So I mean, that'd be interesting to hear from the men that abuse women, their perspective, and say, did you learn anything from this or nah? I don't think them niggas gonna learn, but I don't know. But we do have other callers. I appreciate you. We're gonna let you go at this time. Calling from 513. You're live from the air.
Hello. How are
Hey,
you?
how's it going? I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Oh, I'm doing well. That's great that you're doing great too. My comment is that people are not focusing on that child that's 14 years old. That was an honor roll student. More people are speaking about how his mom was a single mom and calling her ratchet, ghetto, all this other stuff. And I don't understand why she's being ridiculed for being a single mom who's clearly raising a child that's doing the correct thing at school. And from what I know, that he doesn't have charges before this situation. And it's crazy that this situation has so much energy around it from certain black men who ridicule single black mothers. But where was this energy when Trayvon Martin was killed by George Zimmerman? He's still walking around, living life. But you got more energy for this baby who's probably more than likely traumatized that he had to be put in that position to defend his mother who was getting beat like she was some nigga on the street. This man was like really hitting her like she was another nigga on the street. And I have no respect for that. You don't hit no woman. I don't care what she said to you. If she ain't put this is what I was taught growing up for males in my neighborhood. If a woman has not put her hands on you, you don't hit her. If she beating on you, hitting on you, threatening your life, trying to shoot you, whatever, you defend yourself by all means necessary. But words made this man so mad that he felt like he had to hit that woman like she was a nigga in the street. And I'm appalled at that. I was like, that's somebody's mama right there. Like, if it was his mama, I guarantee you he would have bodied them. But hitting his mama like that, he would have never let no man hit his mama, his grandma, nobody like that. And see, because of his anger, because he was quick to get upset, and anger rests in the bosom of a fool. When you angry and you can't calm yourself down, there's consequences. That's why you need to slow down and chill out, and that's what that man should have did. Chill out. It ain't that serious. He died over something so trivial. He put himself in a bad position because you can't control your anger. This is why you don't get angry. This is why you need to think before you do. He had no business hitting that woman like she was a nigga on the street. And I feel bad for that 14-year-old little boy because he's an A honor roll student. He can be the answer to that whole community in Chicago. And a lot of us know what's going on out in Chicago. A lot of these little boys his age, some 14-year-old drill rapper, he just died in Chicago. This little boy on the honor roll, he could have got out of that life. You understand? He could have got out of that. There's so many little boys his age selling drugs, killing each other and all type of stuff. And I can't stand the fact that this situation got more energy than what George Zimmerman did. This case got more energy than black men just killing each other like it's nothing in these neighborhoods and projects. Have energy for that when y'all killing each other. Because that little boy, he's traumatized for life. We don't know what that's going to do to him. He was put in this position to have to defend himself, and some kids have to do that in these rough neighborhoods. And it's sad. It is. I feel bad that man died, but he really put himself in that situation. He could have walked away. He could have thought that was somebody's mama and could have saw his mama inside of her and walked away. He did not have to get that mad. That lady did not put her hands on him, and she wasn't combative. He literally punched her like she was a nigga on the street. And I can't believe it. I can't. And I feel bad for that baby. I feel so bad for him. He was going down the right path, and nobody knows what this situation has done to this child in his mental state. What if he all messed up now? Start messing up at school, not doing the good things at school because he was put into a predicament where he felt like he had to defend his mama like that and take somebody's life. This is what these streets are doing to these babies. It's ruining these kids. It's ruining them. And I feel bad for that little boy. Ain't no telling how scared out of his mind he was seeing this man put his hands on his mama like that. I couldn't imagine at 14 years old what something like that would have did to me and somebody doing that to my mom. It's horrible. And to me, everybody lost. The black community lost in this whole situation. And that's how I feel about it. That single mother was raising an A honor roll student. Not a drug dealer. Not somebody that was out here on the street. He clearly not. He in school doing what he's supposed to do. And I really feel bad for that child. Nobody's worrying about what this did to him and why he felt like he needed to do that. And it's sad. And that's all I have to say about it.
All right. Okay, did you want Casey to respond, or you just wanted to tell your piece and just say your piece?
My piece is that just should have never happened. And we need to pray for that little boy because that can ruin him. And it could be more criminals on the streets because these kids keep getting put into positions to be violent. That should never happen to that baby. He should never have to see his mama get hit like she was a nigga on the street by somebody she didn't even put her hands on. That should have never happened. That could mentally screw him up, and he could have been something different for Chicago, something better. That's an 8 honor roll student right there. He could have showed other little boys, you don't have to sell drugs. You don't have to go out here and kill each other. You can go to school, make good grades, and make something else out your life. And he was put into a predicament by another black man to have to feel like he had to do that to defend his mama. That is sad to me. It breaks my heart. For both sides, it breaks my heart. It's sad that man died. It is. And words is powerful. He said he wanted to be with his grandma, and God answered that request. You better be careful with what you say and careful with what you do. He had no right to do that. And I feel bad. I feel bad for that 14-year-old boy. Nobody's thinking about him. Nobody's talking about how these other black men are just killing each other every day. I've been hearing stories of black men in situations to where they are using their children to shield their bodies and letting their kids get shot by the bullets in these rough neighborhoods because they done did something to somebody or killed somebody and now somebody want revenge. This is what's going on. And black men, cut it out. Ain't no more pacifying, babying, none of that. Y'all need to protect yourselves as brothers and love one another. When y'all killing each other, that's why these cops kill us. And then they make an excuse and say, well, y'all kill each other all the time. This is what y'all do all the time to each other. There's no sympathy when these cops who can kill black people who did nothing. There's people that sat on their front yard and was chilling. And not because they was black, and you sit on your front porch, mind your business, the cop decided I'm going to shoot you because you look like a suspect. This is what's happening. We got to treat each other better than this and quit putting these babies in this predicament to be violent. My heart goes out to that man's family. It is sad that he is dead because he don't get another life. It's sad. And on top of that, they have to see this image of him beating this woman like she was a nigga on the streets. That's the last memory they have of that man. And I wish he would have never went out like that. I wish he would have had a better way that he went out. But because he wanted to be angry, this is what happened to him. You gonna reap what you sow. And he decided to reap some bad seeds that day, and he went out. And I feel bad for that 14-year-old baby that he felt like he had to defend his mama like that. We don't know what that's going to do to that child, and that's what I'm scared of, what that's going to do to him. We got to love these babies, y'all, and break these generational curses and get this stuff up out of our community. We got to love each other no matter what. It's too much. These babies shouldn't be out here dying or killing or put into positions to die or to be killed. That should have never happened. That little boy was on the right path in his life, and this happened. We don't know what that's going to do to that baby, and that worries me. We don't know. As far as his mama go, I don't know what words were said. I've heard other people say she told him to go to the car. She didn't tell him to go get a gun. Some people saying that she was texting. Some people saying she not texting or whatever. I don't know. All I know is this. I seen this man punching her like she was a nigga on the streets. I saw that. And that was crazy. And that baby felt like he had to do what he had to do. And I feel bad for that baby. Because this has forever scarred him and changed him. And I pray that she gets therapy for that baby. And he don't go down the wrong path, because this is how it starts. This is how it starts. And quit blaming single mothers. The problem isn't single black mothers. It's fatherless homes. That's the problem. Y'all not taking care of y'all kids. These little boys, they need that testosterone in that house. Help them. Y'all keep blaming these women for being single mothers, and y'all the ones that's causing these women to be single mothers. Marry your baby mama. Do right by her. That's all you got to do. I don't understand why black men complain about black women being single mothers when it's y'all that's making them single mothers. It don't make sense. It just don't. If you don't want kids, strap it up. Don't have sex. I don't know what else to tell you. But that single mother, I mean, she was raising an A honor roll student. She can't be doing that bad. That's all I can say. And I don't understand why black men were saying because she's a single mother. The little boy that's on the street doing whatever, he in school getting good grades. That's something that we should celebrate and be proud of. We got enough of these babies in the streets, and that needs to end too. Get them in school. Give them a book. And give these kids to God. God gave them to us anyway. Give them back to God. And ask God to protect these kids. And that's my piece. God bless.
God bless. I appreciate it. The whole comment section just really enjoyed what you had to say and they agree with you heavily. All right. All right. We're going to the next caller. Before KC, do you have anything to say?
It's 810 people watching, 344 likes. Look at the likes up. Also, you all super chat and Cash App GIGI. She's putting on a really great show. Cash App is $PinkLips500. Also, join her channel membership and share to your social media channels. As far as anyone who's emotionally charged, and I understand because a lot of people are victims of crimes by black men, or they've heard this bomb, because I know it's very layered when it comes to this story and how a lot of people are perceiving it. I'm just going to let people have their catharsis, and if they ask me a question, I'll answer it, but I'm open to letting people have their moment.
Got it. Okay. Calling from 256. You're live on the air. Hey, how's it going?
How you doing tonight?
I'm doing all right. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing okay.
Talk to me.
I just wanted to say, well, in my opinion, I don't feel like the boy or his mom is wrong. Because if we put ourselves in our situation, if you're out with your mom and somebody hits your mom, what are you going to do? Are you going to defend your mom, or are you going to wait for the police to get there?
You asking me what I'm going to do?
No, I mean...
Oh, hopefully I got some damn pepper spray.
Right, but your natural instinct would be to defend your mom.
Yeah.
I don't see why they should have been charged in the first place, because the man was aggressive. You can say whatever you want to people. You have that right. She wasn't being aggressive for him to punch her the way he did.
I'm
sorry that...
I think if I can interject, I think that during this whole ordeal, it was a witness. The witness was his girlfriend. So I'm assuming that the girlfriend, I don't know, y'all, I gossip, okay? I'm assuming the girlfriend told the police that her boyfriend got shot in the back, and he was pow in the back, and he ran out, okay? And she told them that the mom told the boy to finish him off. Okay, that's what she told the police. So therefore, that is a crime right there, right? Then she said the mom also was telling the boy to take her out. So that's another crime, right? And then they saw on video where the mom was trying to get the pow and the boy wouldn't allow her to. So it kind of coincide with the girlfriend's story. Now, people are saying the girlfriend lied. So it's just different narratives going around. So people have different perspectives about different narratives. I don't think anybody had an issue with the son defending his mom and powering that guy. But people have the issue with the story, if it is true, that the mom telling him to finish him off and to finish the lady off. So if that part is true, people have an issue with that.
I mean, yeah, I can see where the issue comes in. But in the heat of the moment, you'll never know until you're in that situation. Those licks that she took, we'll never know how she felt. You could literally hear that shit on the videos. You know what I'm saying? So we never know how the mom's gonna feel. We never know how the son is gonna feel. And I do feel sorry for the family, but he should have kept his hands to himself. I mean, nothing nobody says to you should make you want to punch them like that.
Now, people are saying a girlfriend lied. Okay, some people believe she lied. Guess what? Some people believe she
I
don't
think she
lie.
lied.
Some people believe she did not
I
lie.
think she
So
lied.
you do have people that don't believe that she lied, and they're going to stick with that narrative. You can't change what other people believe, and vice versa.
True.
So
And I'm
people
sorry
are
that,
going with different narratives. So that's just that, and people always have different narratives.
I heard y'all, and I heard the topic about, I guess, him being traumatized, and the whole ordeal. I guess the whole situation is bad. One, because somebody did lose their family member. You know, he is maybe a brother, a
Yeah, he
son,
has
a
two
uncle,
kids. He has two daughters.
father, right? So I do feel bad in that sense. But on the other hand, you can't go out and do things and think that it's not going to be a consequence. I'm not saying that he deserves to die, but you also can't put your hands on people.
Yeah, but he's been doing it for so long, and nobody really got him locked up for it. He shouldn't have been on the streets. So all the girls that
Okay.
allowed him to whoop on him and not press charges, you know, and I think that comes to terms too. You are with an abusive man, and he's pounding you down. You know, he can also hurt other people. And I know people are more
Right?
selfish. Get him locked up. He needs to be behind bars. You need to press charges. You need to take pictures and press charges because he's going to hurt someone else. But people don't care
Yeah, and
about
now
that.
it's
All they
sad that the
care
little
about
boy has to go
is
through.
themselves. They're not thinking about the future.
But the sad part about it is the son, the 14-year-old, will be stereotyped as a killer because he was defending his mom because of someone else's behavior. That's
I don't
where
think
I have
I
a
don't think
problem.
so as far as that. I don't think he'll be stereotyped. I think the 14-year-old is now going to be a target, and that's kind of the problem. That's one of the critiques, looking back, that I have when it comes to this situation is that if you're a legal licensed pow pow owner, the pow pow
Right.
should be on your person, like in your purse or on a holster on you under your dress or outside or whatever, or it needs to be in a place that's locked and secured because a child shouldn't have access to a pow pow. I understand people are calling him a hero. I think he's a hero because he used lethal force to protect his mother inside the restaurant. But now, with me being a father and wanting to be protective of a child, I'm looking at it like if I could go back in time, I would tell her to have the pow pow locked up or on her person because now the 14-year-old may become a target and he's not a licensed pow pow owner. So that's kind of like how we got to look at it with hindsight being 2020 is what would the takeaway be in this as far as what we could learn from it and what we could do better because I think exercising the Second Amendment is great. However, we also want to look at it that we don't want to be vigilantes. We don't want to go from being in defense of ourselves to now we are an aggressor and we don't have the same outcome as Carlisha and her son.
Okay, so on that part, I agree and I disagree. And I'm gonna say that because what are you teaching your kids if there's so many kids in school that are being bullied? And what are we teaching them if we walk away from things?
Well, we
where
want
you
a
feel
child to stay in a child's place. So at school, everyone are children, and then they also have like administrators and teachers there that you can run and talk to as far as help. And then also, you have a right to defend yourself. However, we're talking about a child entering into an adult world, and now the child, unfortunately, may have a target on his back. And I think, looking back, just critiquing the situation, not trying to justify what anyone did or didn't do, it's just that when we're having this conversation, I think we should focus on what the takeaways should be, because we're communicating in front of a general audience, and they may perceive the situation that I'm going to now take the law in my own hands and I'm going to pow pow until the person stops moving, even if they run away and they're trying to get emergency assistance.
But what if he hit his mom? One blow to her head could have killed her.
Well, that's why I say it's justifiable that the 14-year-old used lethal force to protect his mother inside the restaurant.
So there shouldn't be a but then, because if it's
there's no but.
it's
just it's a period at the end. He was just, in my opinion, he was justifiable in using lethal force to protect his mother in the restaurant where her life was in danger, and he perceived her life to be in danger. Once the suspect was fleeing and running away, and now they're pursuing him, now we're talking about the roles have changed from being a victim to now victimizing.
He wasn't out his car to get his weapon, so we don't know.
Well, that's the thing. Like, we don't know. We don't know if he was going to go get emergency aid. We don't know if he was, going to just fall to succumb to his injuries in the parking lot. We don't know if he was going to go and get something to even the score. We don't know. However,
but if he hit her without, her doing anything to him, so why would we wait to see if he's going to go get a weapon or not, and he's running?
Well, we're not waiting. So they didn't wait around for the law enforcement. They got in their vehicle and left. So they could have done the same thing. They could have gotten the vehicle and left. Or they could have called police.
Left, and the whole situation would have never happened. So I don't understand why it's the if and buts about what they could have done.
Well, the same argument you're presenting is what police officers use when they unalive unarmed black people that are running away. You see what I'm saying? Like that argument has been used, and a lot of police officers who are trained in emergency situations, they are losing their jobs and criminal charges are being filed because they're pursuing someone who's running away, and they're continuing to engage them with lethal force, and they're not a threat.
But that's a total different category. Because right now, when we're talking about the civilians, we're not talking about the police. We're talking about just two civilians in a restaurant, and he was aggressive. And we're
talking about a licensed pow pow owner who does not have physical positive possession of her pow pow, and a child who has her pow pow. And she's, according to the story, instructing him to finish this adult, instructing him to go beyond protecting her to now committing this, I'm going to say, pursuing him until the job is done. You see what I'm saying? So the mother is now instructing the child to do more than protect her. It's almost like she wants to seek revenge. And now she's taking the law into her own hands. And I think, as far as off of what if,
we weren't there. So therefore, it's an allegation and speculation. We don't know. We weren't there to tell what happened. But what my thing is that
would you tell someone to pursue someone and finish the job if they're running away after you pow-powed them?
I can't say that I would, and I can't say that I wouldn't.
Well, what's your opinion? Like, what's your opinion? What would you tell someone? Like, hey, if someone says, hey, I pow someone one time, they're running away. They're running away from me. Do you tell them to pursue the person and see what they're going to do next? Do you tell them to call 911? Do you tell them to wait for law enforcement? Do you tell them to flee the scene? What would be your advice to someone who's in this situation in the future?
Any advice for anyone in that situation? I'm only stating what I can say. And what I can say is I don't know. I won't know until I'm in that situation. You don't know until you're in a life.
Yeah, she don't know.
I don't know.
Okay. All right. Well, I thank you, 5256. I appreciate you for calling in. We're going to let you go at this time. All right. How y'all doing? Can we get the likes up? Casey, can you tell them with the likes?
Yes. Right now, there is currently 398 likes. However, there's 716 people watching. Hopefully, you guys aren't thumbing down the videos. The interesting conversation. We're just having a friendly discussion, friendly debate. It's all about just discussing the situation and looking at it from multiple angles. Please don't forget to super chat and support Gigi. She's giving us this great content. And also Cash App her. Cash App is $PinkLips500. And also join her channel membership.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, get them likes up, please. All right. So we got some more callers. Feel free to call in. Now I seen a comment about me. I want to address this shit. Now, somebody said, "Am I blaming the victims?" Cause I said, what you say? I said that the women that got whooped before, because Jeremy Brown, they said he was known for whipping charges and kept his ass in jail, this situation would have been avoided. Now, are the women is to blame for what happened at that situation? Of course not, dummy, okay? But if you press charges and get these monsters off at the street, then they will have a less likely chance to harm other people. You don't get that? You don't understand that? If I had a Jerome here that was whooping my ass and I got him locked up, guess what? Then he's off the effing street and he can't harm anybody. But knowing if he's harming me, guess what? He's going to harm other people. Okay, so that's what I was saying. All right. Casey, do you get that?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Do you agree with that theory or disagree?
I agree with it.
Okay. All right. So I'm looking at the comments that press charges, they get out quick, and who knows after. They get out quick. Well, that's what you're assuming. You can't say that, So you have to press charges, get pictures, and do what you got to do in order to keep them there. So.
And also it helps to establish a pattern of bad behavior.
Yeah, they not just hitting your ass once. When they hit you the first time, press charges. Second time, take pictures, press charges. But oftentimes, people are not pressing charges and they're not speaking up.
Mm-hmm. In that way, if someone does decide to exercise the Second Amendment right with a pow, if they are arrested, they can say, well, I've done all these things. I've done what I'm supposed to do. So I should be, favored as far as the system. Because not everybody's going to get the charges dropped. And
then the niggas, stop fooling with these niggas. Because some people are dealing with niggas and they have an anti-police. If you say police around these men, they gonna leave your ass. So you decide when they hit you, you're not gonna involve the police on him because he hates the police so much. And now you have the anti-police agenda in your mind as well. On a first date, tell him you're back in the blue. And tell his ass you're back in the blue. And the last nigga you had got locked up. Please say it on the first date. I think it were all these abuser men, they will leave your ass. They're not going to be bothered with you because they don't want to be bothered with them damn cops. I think that's very helpful. What you think?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, nobody wants to live with a headache or a problem in their eyes. So calling the police. Having ways to defend yourself.
If you have, if it was a girl named Keisha, and she was with Robert, Robert, he hate the police, and he put paws on women before, right? And if Keisha told him, I got my last nigga locked up, he's in there for doing 10 years because he hit me, and I don't play them games. I got the pictures and everything. Now, do you think Rob is going to stay messing around with Keisha knowing that she's pro-police?
Nope.
He gonna leave. He don't want to deal with no person
find somebody
that's
who's anti-police.
Yeah, he's going to go with somebody that ain't a rat, So I would say make sure on the first time meeting niggas, let their ass know I'm for police. I love them. I vote. I'm back in the blue, nigga. Okay? Shit. And it works. It's like a repellent. It's like a motherfucker repellent. Okay. And then when if you have a future with a man, tell him you want to. Well, I don't know if y'all. Anyway, let's keep on going on. Calling from 443. You're live on the air. 443.
Hello. Hey,
Hey,
how you
how's it?
doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Girl, I listen and I love your content, and you got me up at 3:39 with this subject.
Come on.
I just want to know what child would sit and just let their mother get plummeted like that. A lot of people are talking about this common sense and looking at, but in the heat of the moment, and I am a single parent. My son is now 31, and that could have been me. I raised my son in Baltimore City, and sometimes men can be very violent. I have never been in a situation that was that volatile, but I'm just curious that how everyone is saying these things. If that was your mother and you were sitting in the car and you're looking and you see this man aggressively conversing with your mother and he'd commenced to just bashing her, I'm just curious.
What would I do?
Yes.
I would get the pow and I would call the cops and I say, hey, it's a man that's got to beat my mama and I got the pow and I want to protect myself and I need you guys to get down here right now. And I have the phone on speaker or whatever and it would be all recorded. But
so
the first thing I'm doing, I'm calling the pow. Yeah, I always think call the pow, call the popos.
At 14, you would have that common sense to do that? I'm just saying.
Let me go back to 14. At 14, yeah. Why wouldn't I call the police? Who would I call? My uncle? Hey, Uncle.
I'm not
Uncle
saying
Gerald,
that.
bring your ass up here.
I would be horrified if my son at 14 had to go to those lengths, and it's horrible all the way around. That man is gone. That child's life has been forever changed. But I think that the media, how they immediately thought that this was some other ghetto horror story. And when they started seeing that this young man was a honor roll student and she was a single mother, then they kept going back and forth trying to create like she was a bad person, the child was bad. And I don't understand how everyone's talking about where was his father. Where was that grown-ass man's father to train him not to be banging a woman in her mouth continually? He could have killed her. I'm not saying that young man should have killed him. I know that was not, I don't think that was what the mother wanted. And as far as him shooting him while he was leaving, we don't know if that man was going to get a gun or anything to come back and to harm them even more. I'm glad they got off. And I hope that they can move and find a safe place to restart. And these men that are justifying it, that are saying that he shouldn't have done it, it's disgusting to me. And that's all I wanted to share. But I love your content, and thanks for taking my call.
Thank you. Anytime. Who was the man that was saying that?
There are certain videos that I've seen where it's almost
just
like
online,
there's
online.
Yes.
And
not
Facebook?
on this
Did you
show.
go on Facebook?
Yes. Unfortunately, yes, and TikTok. And
yeah.
I and again, no one wants this black on black crime. No one wants people, us killing, unaliving each other. Sorry. But I just wonder what someone would consider doing if that was their mother in imminent danger like that.
Well, I think some people said that they froze. It did happen to them, and it froze. They had the
Right.
movie Get Out, and I think a lot of kids would freeze. So a lot of kids probably would did that. Some
Mhm.
people would have prayed, just prayed to God. Everybody's different.
Yeah. No, I totally agree, and I think that everyone is being extremely judgmental over this. I mean, I was horrified when I saw that video, and I'm like, I I don't know what the conversation was about. If if he was mad thinking she was going to take his damn order or something, or what the hell?
Well,
Is no to me no reason. Go
I
ahead.
just say that I don't know. I think you're trying to make sense of it, and I think with people like that, you can't make sense out of it. They're out of their mind. They're
Mhm.
loony. They're crazy. Why engage with craziness? I think people have to realize it's a lot of crazy people out here. That is, I know
I
I
agree.
was raised in a certain hood neighborhood coming up, and I have a big
Mhm.
fear with dogs. But when I moved to California, I didn't have a fear because of the owners. And to me, they
Mhm.
like, and sometimes it could be the parents that damaged the man, or society has damaged that man. Where
True.
you know how them pit bulls, and
Mhm.
they would not feed them dogs for a long time,
Mhm.
and they become an animal, and a
Yep.
monster, and they're not controllable. Then they'll feed them bloody meat, and then when them mother
Mhm.
suckers get out, oh my God, you can't do nothing with them. Uh-uh.
That is
Uh-uh.
true. Now
Uh-uh.
my wisdom. I'm 53, and when I see crazy people like that that's going off, I don't. Mm-mm. All right, okay,
Uh,
God bless, and I just
girl, I will go the
move
other
away.
way.
So I
Do you
get
listen?
exactly what
Yeah,
one, as they say, for
he
whatever
was. He
type of
was
reason,
off.
where
If I'm
I
at
don't
the
even
grocery
think that.
store and I see you in the aisle,
Yeah.
I will avoid going down the aisle, and I say I'm gonna wait till that nigga leave, and then I'm gonna go back in the aisle. Even I don't even
I
gotta
don't
talk
think
to
that
your
she
ass.
could have.
I'm
I
gonna
don't think.
avoid you as
Yeah.
much as possible, and that's just
But
how
I
I
don't
feel.
think that she could have avoided him like attacking her. I don't. It's like a lot of people are
So you feel like
creating
he
this
was
dialogue
going to hit her
like
no matter what.
she asked for it.
If she was quiet and listened to his demand as he wished, you feel like he would have still hit her if she was quiet and
We
was obedient to him.
you trying to put them trigger words. I love your
No,
commentary.
but the thing is,
I
when
don't
men are
know.
like that,
I
they
don't
want you to
know,
be obedient. They want you to listen to what they're saying. It's an
child.
ego thing for them. And if you're not
He
obedient,
let
then they're gonna knock you out. It's just like
he
a
let his
robber.
ego ride him, and like it's to me, it's no excuse. If she would have kept talking, not talking, why can't she? What gives him the right to bash her in like that? That was horrifying. I mean, I just it's no. Yes, maybe she should not have engaged him. I haven't heard the like exact dialogue, but when are men going to be like accountable for their act,
They
what should have been valuable enough to be like, you know what, whatever this broad or whatever he's viewed her as is talking about is not that serious. Let me get my food and get the H out of here. So it's just really sickening to me how certain commentary is gearing. Why didn't she? Why didn't she? Why didn't she? Why did her son? Why didn't that man get his damn hot dogs and go on about his business?
Because he was
That's just
crazy
my
and he
opinion.
was not in his right mental mind. That nigga is evil. That is why. It's like saying why Satan can't just
Mhm.
leave people alone. Why demons can't just be quiet. Because that's not what they do. They go around saying they can
I
devour,
agree.
steal, and can kill. So ask the demon,
Mhm.
demon, why can't you just leave people alone?
Right. So I mean, it's just sad. I just hope that that young man can move on with his life. And then a lot of people are talking about the trauma, and yes, I'm sure that he's going to need a lot of counseling, a lot of help. But imagine if he saw his mother murdered and there was nothing he could do about it. What type of trauma, what type of anxiety and guilt and issue would he have had to contend with as he grows? That's all. I just wanted to share.
But
I'm
he
not going to
has to
hold that
know it's
present
not
hold the
his
line.
fault. You got to know it's not your fault. And anybody that goes through that as a child, it was never your fault.
Mhm.
It's not your fault.
Yes.
Even if he did not
Please.
do
Yes.
anything, it's not his
I
fault.
agree.
So I'm not going to put it
I
like, well, if
agree.
he didn't do anything, then it was his fault because his job was to
Oh, I'm not
to
saying
do
that at
that.
all.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
not
not saying
saying
that
that.
you
I'm not
are,
saying that.
but I'm
Yeah.
saying,
Oh, okay.
it because like that dude on Get Out, he blamed himself for not doing anything. When his mom was in a crash, he should have called 911, but he froze up. And he said he just felt like if he didn't do anything,
Mhm.
that it was
I
all a
remember
dream.
that.
Yeah, and he was a child then.
Right.
How could you blame yourself? And some people do, and some people do
Yeah.
push blame because we live in a real world. In a real world, people are cruel. People are hurtful.
Yeah.
In this real world, people are judgmental, and especially on social media, and it's in all
They are.
corners, and that is the reality of it. So I can't change people being horrible people. I can't change people being
Yeah.
evil people, but I can change how I react to them and how I avoid their ass. But they
Mhm.
all gonna be evil. Of course, I wish. Why can't people stop being evil? Why can't people stop
I know.
driving in front of
Yeah.
me and just driving behind me like they crazy, like they about to hit me? Why can't people be more respectful? Why can't? Cause they just not. I don't know. You can
Yeah.
only move according for how you are.
That's true.
Just to
It's just
answer your
very sad.
just to
Go
answer
ahead.
your question, if I was 14 years old, and I'm in the vehicle and I'm seeing my mother get pummeled, I would take the pow pow and I would do the same thing that the 14-year-old did inside the store or restaurant. I think the issue is when Jeremy left the restaurant, the
Mhm.
mother allegedly ordering her son to finish the job. And in my opinion, we got to keep a child in a child's place because now
Mhm.
the child now may be a target. And
That is
there's,
very
there's, a,
true. Mhm.
there is a case of retaliation. And I think that should be left to adult on adult since the mother is the licensed and legal Pow Pow owner. And now the
Mhm.
14-year-old son is going to have to watch his back and he doesn't have a Pow Pow to protect himself. So I think when looking back and giving lessons learned, if
Mhm.
I I would have told the son, hey, let's get in the vehicle and leave, or let's call the police. But ordering him to finish the job, that's where I differ with a lot of people, and I think
But
that
isn't
it
that
goes
hearsay though?
well
Well,
based
that's
off
what the
the
girlfriend
information that's out
said, and
there.
that's what the transcript says. So, like I said, people are going to stick with that narrative, even
Mhm.
though some people say the girlfriend lied, but people are saying it's video footage saying the mom tried to take the pow pow and the son pushing her away. So it goes back to her story, the
Mhm.
girlfriend. So people are going to have different narratives.
Yeah, I just don't think based upon like I don't know everyone like involved or whatever, but based upon the basics of what I know I was a single mother. I had an honor roll student child, and I don't think that I would have told my son finish the job. I just
And that's
I
what,
don't.
and we agree with
Yeah.
that. So let's say if the
Yeah.
girlfriend lied and the mother never said to finish the job and they didn't pursue him outside and take him away or unalive him while he was running away. I'm okay with everything that happened then. I'm okay with everything that happened.
I get that. And him shooting him as he fled or he left or whatever, that is a dicey type of thing. But if you're living in a very hostile urban type of setting, or even out in the country too, shoot, it doesn't matter. You know, you don't know if he's going to get his piece and come back or anything. So,
well, that's
I'm
where
just
the mother takes her
got
own
off.
pow, and then she makes a decision. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Like,
well,
it's just
yeah,
the
no,
ordering.
I get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I definitely get that, because I would have been like, hey, give me that or whatever. But like you said, there's certain people that were there, allegedly said that she tried to get it, but she couldn't get it from him. In a situation like that, I couldn't even imagine where my stress levels would be, my mindset, adrenaline. There's a lot of different things. And a 14-year-old has fresh energy that's pumping in him, that testosterone. And, you know, I hope they can just get their lives together. But thank you for taking my call, because I know there's others that are waiting. I appreciate your content, GIGI.
You welcome.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah, it's a lot of, this topic is very dear to a lot of people. Calling from 803. You're live on the air, 803.
Hey, how you doing, GIGI?
Good. How you doing, 803? How you feeling?
I'm fine, girl. So I was just giving my opinion, and I'm gonna definitely give my opinion. So okay, so I don't mean to bring race in it, but I guess I gotta stick with how I feel. Okay, so I feel like okay, so this is how I see it. I feel like black women, a lot of times we tend to have to definitely protect ourselves. Okay, and how I feel is, you know, if that situation happened the way that everyone is saying that it happened, about the whole thing about him raising his voice and he putting his hands on her, which I did see where he was coming her, he was knocking her pretty much. I think that I'm gonna be honest with you, I think that situation happened exactly the way it needed to, and I do feel bad for the child because of, you know, him basically have to like go to counseling or something like that. But I just feel like, you know, you got too many men, and we have seen situations and stories like this all the time, where it's always something happened, and then they ask, what did she do? Why is you hitting her like that? Why is you fighting on her like that? You know what I'm saying? And I don't know the situation or what happened about some order or something like that, but I just feel like is that's not cool. You know what I'm saying? What you hitting her in her face like that? So I believe how that situation went, it went exactly the way it's supposed to go.
Yeah, I think that certain men like that, they want dominance, and it's more so because I told you to shut the hell up, and I warned you, and you didn't listen. You played in my face. You was playing in my face because I told you what was going to happen, and you proceeded to talk. So therefore, I have to put you in your place. You know I'm stronger than you, so why would you even try me?
That's
He probably, you know, them men that think like that, they feel like you playing in their face, that you're trying to emasculate it and make them feel less than by going back and forth and not submitting. Shit, to me, submitting and obedience is the same motherfucking thing. You know, and I know some people in the comment section say, well, how could you be obedient to a stranger? Shit, when they got a gun in your stomach or a gun in your head, you can argue with them if you want to. You can fight if you want to. I'm going to take my chances, and I'm going to shut the fuck up and do what they tell me to do. Okay? And I'm just going to pray that God will save the day. Okay? But go ahead.
Yeah, and that's what I was just basically stating. Like, you know, I hate that the child had to do it. You know, I probably would have took the gun out my child's hand. You know, and I probably would have, you know, did what I had to do, because I feel like, I'm going to be honest with you, GIGI, I feel like a lot of more black women need to protect themselves. You know what I'm saying? Don't just get beat on and just sit there.
So
Don't
basically,
allow
just
person
take
to.
them out. So we need to see more
Yeah,
bodies
I,
dropping.
I, I wouldn't say more bodies got down. I
Well,
wouldn't say
that's
no
what it
more
is. I
bodies
mean, come
dropping.
on now. Okay,
Oh yeah,
803.
well yeah.
This is what they say. They said, well, if I call the police, he's only going to be in jail for a couple of days. So what is your only
Mhm.
option? If you want him to stop hitting on you, you want him to learn a lesson, when he in your home and he welling on you, get the gun, pow,
Oh,
pow, and lay him dead. Lay
oh
him
yeah,
out.
because
Lay him
I
out.
mean,
Lay his
and I
ass
agree
out.
more with that.
And
Yeah,
then
I
that
agree
would be
more
the
with
end
that.
of
I
that.
do. Oh yeah, because
But
I
are
feel
they
like
going to do it?
I'm.
Are they going to do it, though?
I don't know. I can tell you one thing. I will. I mean, I can tell you that I'm gonna be because Gigi, I'm not the one to take a beating. I don't sit there. I don't play with things like that. And I like to lay down. I like to be peace. Be peaceful in my home. So we're not gonna do that. We're gonna talk to each other. You know what I'm saying, about some things. So I be telling people like, you got to be very careful about the people you come in contact with. Who you're dealing with, who you're talking to.
Well,
Got to
lay
be
them
very
down,
careful.
girl.
But I
Lay them down.
oh yeah.
Lay
Oh
their
yeah.
asses down.
Everybody gonna be a jail, Gigi, behind you.
No.
Everybody
Lay
gonna
your
be a jail.
baby daddy down. He hitting you, girl. Lay his ass down. Lay him down. Save
That's
another black woman. You care about black women?
That's
Lay
right.
his ass down. Say self-defense.
Yeah.
Okay? And
That's right.
well, that's what y'all
Yeah.
said. Shit. I'm telling you,
Mhm.
I ain't gonna
Mhm.
get you locked up because you're gonna get off because it's self-defense, right? Especially in Texas.
Yeah.
Lay him
Yeah.
down.
Oh yeah, but
Lay your baby
be
daddy
honest,
down.
but how many black women really did self defense and then they still got in trouble for some things that they had the right to. I don't think we have that privilege.
To lay him down? You
That's
can't
the
lay him down?
That's the sad part about it.
Why? Okay, the girl told me in Texas you can lay him down.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know about Texas. I just know about where I'm at. So yeah.
Well, let's ask the audience. Do you guys think that more girls should lay them down? The boyfriends, baby daddies, and husbands that's hitting on them, they should lay them down. Press 1 if you for laying them down. Press 5 if you feel like, nah, just let them keep on welling on you. Because at first I said, well, call the cops. Well, if you call the cops, they're going to come right out, so I don't want to call the cops. Well, what's your other chance? Well, just lay their ass down. Shit,
Yeah. Yeah, I understand.
But you
thank
said
you so
don't lay
much
them
for
down. Don't lay them down. And
no.
I think it's
No.
important to know, because some of you guys have sons. Tell you, don't be hitting on nobody now.
Oh yeah.
Because it's going to be
Oh, yeah,
different. It's going to feel different when your son is in an argument with the baby mama and she lays him down. Then, things going to be different. It's going to feel different. You was excessive. You didn't have to lay him down.
Mhm.
All right.
Yeah, I just think that I hate that the situation happened, but I think it's not fair for one to take more of accountability than the other, and that's my whole situation. Well, that's my whole opinion about it, and I think it happened the way it happened. It happened, and I don't feel bad for him. I really don't.
Yeah, but you got to understand too. This is a man's world. So I know everybody wants things to be fair, but the reality is the world would never be fair.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I agree. I definitely agree. So thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you
very
I
much.
appreciate you.
You-
All
You're
right. All right. So let's go on to some other callers. Calling from 240. You're live on the air. 240.
Hi, Gigi. First, I want to ask a question before I make a response, just to get some clarity. You, as well as KC, are saying that the single mother told the son to execute the guy, right?
Nope.
Okay, you're not saying that.
Okay, so
So
let's
what
go
was
with what I
what?
say. Let's go with what I say.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so on yesterday, the transcript or the article read that the woman, the mother, told her son to follow the man that was already been hit and finish him off, and not only to finish him off, to finish the girl off that was laughing at her. So with
That's
that
what they said. The
information,
transcript
hold
said.
on, with that information, I felt that was excessive and wrong. So they also informed me today that the girlfriend lied. So with that story, if the girlfriend lied and that stuff never took place, I don't think the girl did anything wrong, because in that story, what happened was they was arguing and the son saw it and just came to the door and popped him. So that's a different story. So in that story, I didn't have nothing to say.
But it seems like you keep pushing the narrative of the girlfriend of the guy that was powed or unalived.
What about the
And
girlfriend?
you keep saying that she stated that the little boy mother
Yeah, well,
told him
that's what
to
did she not
finish
say
him.
that? Did she not say that?
You said that's what the transcript said.
And that's what people are saying in the comments. They said that's what the girlfriend said as well.
Okay, but neither one of us are there. To be honest with you, it sounds like you as well as Casey are making light of this situation. Like, you're making it very frivolous with some of the things that you're saying, especially when it comes to reporting certain incidents like this. You stated that had the mother or anybody in this situation would have filed reports or kept a paper trail, that everything would have been all right. The guy would have been scared of that. He would have been intimidated by that.
I said it would be derailed, and it would be derailed. If it was anybody.
How so?
This is a situation,
Why
but this situation happens often. This situation, a man hitting a woman, happens all the damn time.
Exactly. So in saying that, you would know that doesn't work at all. And I'm going to give you an example of that. In 2019, a woman by the name of Destiny Harrison, 21 years old, was fatally shot in the head while closing her salon.
What can we say to Pow
just
Pow?
6 p.m.
Pow Pow.
Oh, Pow Pow, excuse me, or unalived by someone. And she made reports about people coming in her shop, stealing hair products, stealing certain things out of her shop. And she was fatally unalived by the people that she filed reports on. So, no, it didn't derail anything. If
Well,
anything,
that's
it
in
put a
that
target
case,
on her
but
back even more.
there are stories.
It's in a lot of cases.
But it's a lot of cases where the police did help. And men are in jail. Look at the goddamn prisons are full of niggas in jail, ain't they? People always coming out here talking about we need to have easier laws for these niggas so they don't stay in jail. We need to clean up in the jail because they're getting treated like dogs. Well, which one is it?
You know what? The reason why a lot of black men that kill, that unalive and beat on black women are able to exist in our communities is because of women like you and the girl that lied on that woman. It is horrible. The guy deserved to have his life taken away. He was an immediate threat to that mother. You keep on giving scenarios. You keep giving hypotheticals and theories. We all saw that he was putting his hands on that woman. And the young kid that stepped in and fatally unalived that man had every reason to do so.
And who has an issue with that? Who has an issue with that? No.
KC. You're asking questions like, do you guys think that he should have been unalived? Yes. And I don't even understand.
I didn't ask that question. I didn't ask that question, so don't say that on me.
You can say, put one in the chat if you feel like he was he should have been laid down.
Yeah, I said that, but I wasn't talking about him. I said that if you have a baby dad that's whooping your ass, should you put him down?
Yes, that's the answer to it. And I don't understand why.
Okay, then. So what's the issue with that? That had nothing to do with that restaurant.
The thing about it is that you're putting this message out there where you're straddling a fence. And by doing that, you're putting that energy out there.
What fence is a strategy?
Maybe we should keep these men alive, and they'll get it right.
What fence in my strategy?
You don't know whether to say these men should be held accountable or no, have mercy on them. And maybe
I've never said have mercy on him. When did I ever say have mercy? I said one.
What do you think about the situation?
I just said it. I'm not getting. We're talking in circles. Are you
okay? So you feel like they should have had lenience on this man, that he should have lived to see another day.
Why are you putting stuff? Who said that? I never said that.
I'm asking you because you're not making anything clear.
Should the man been put down? Yeah, he's an abuser. He hit on people.
That should have been it.
Well, it's not it because there's more stuff out here in the gossip sector that people are talking about. Okay. And I talk about all things that are being said in the gossip world, meaning that people that agree with it and people that don't agree with it. I talk about all of it. I don't just talk about one thing and just push one thing. I talk about all sides.
Okay, if you're playing the devil advocate, that's fine. But the thing about it is that women, and I'm a black woman, we are living in this world as it exists, and for you not to have a absolute opinion on this is wild to me. Maybe you're doing it because you want to keep up your channel. I know you don't want to pick one side over the other, but not opinion on what
I gave my opinion several times throughout here. I gave my opinion.
But okay.
This is what you want. You want me to just go through the one story. You don't want me to cover the gossip from different perspectives, and you just want me to just say what you want me to say and just be at that. That's what you want.
No, I want you to say that black women deserve protection. Are you not a black woman?
I said that they should put them down. Who said that? Okay, a man should knock him out, and that should be it. They should not have jail time. They should not be put down.
You are asking these roundabout questions.
What questions am I asking? I said, if a man hit you, should you put him down? Caller, if a man hit you, should you put him down?
Yeah.
Okay, then. So what's the issue? That's what I ask.
My question is.
No, what's the issue with that question that I asked? What's the issue with that question?
Nothing. I answered.
Okay, but you said that you have an issue with that question that I asked.
My issue with that question was particular callers not giving an immediate answer. Instead saying, well, I don't know. And it seems like they're pressured by your stance on it to even say.
When the caller said she don't know, I said, okay, she don't know. I never pressured her anything.
It feels like, even listening to it, it feels like you're pressuring them to say, oh, well, have mercy on the black man. No, don't have mercy on him.
First of all, you got it wrong. I ain't pressuring nobody to say nothing.
No, I don't. Because why are they feeling pressured to say, I don't know? It's an immediate yes. This man was pounding on this woman.
I don't know why a person would feel pressure to say they don't know, but I've never when she was on the phone and she said she don't know, I said, okay, she doesn't know. I wasn't even asking her a question at that time.
Let me explain it to you then. When you have a group of women that are shamed for reporting the domestic violence, the violence and the heinous crimes that black men commit just because they simply black, and you have other women shaming them for saying, no, have mercy on him. He should be alive. You know, the police are bad. Don't tell the police on him. Just forgive them. Or even SA.
Who said
don't
throw the police on him, just forgive him? Don't throw the police on him, just forgive him. I've never said that. I've always been for back the blue. I've always been for police. I've always been for police.
I did not say that you said that.
Well, what you bring, you came up here coming for me, and then you put scenarios when you're coming for me.
This is the public. This is the public. When you have a platform like this and you're reporting real life news,
I'm gossiping about different news and different perspectives. I'm not coming out here and just telling the news. I'm talking about what people are saying about this, for it, against it, and in between. I'm talking about all sides of it. Just like callers have called in and said, hey, you know, people out here are saying this about single mothers. I've never said nothing shit about no single mothers, but callers are telling me about, hey, people have this perspective about single mothers. People have this perspective about Chicago. People have this, they're coming out and they're talking, and that's what it's for, all sides. It's not for me to make them or feel. People feel for guns. I'm not for guns, but I'm not going to force you to say you shouldn't be for guns. I've never had a stance of forcing people.
Can I say something to that? The fact that you're saying you're not for guns, you have a whole following listening to that. And it shouldn't be a matter of whether you're for guns or not for guns. Nobody wants to utilize a gun in any situation. But when it's a matter of life and death and you have the resources to save your own life, why not? That's what I'm saying by you have a following. And when you make comments like that, it confuses it. And it's like,
okay, well, let's not confuse anybody. And let's just talk calm. Okay, so I said I'm not for guns. And what was the content of that?
You're just simply saying you're not for guns. Is a better way, right?
No. I said I was not for guns because they were talking about Texas laws. That was the context of it.
Right.
They were talking about Texas have this rule where you can stand or take a person out of here. We're talking about.
Right.
And I guess I'm not for Texas rules. I'm more for New York rules. New York's have a stricter rule on their guns, and I'm more for New York than Texas.
And look how many people are being unalived in New York.
It's a lot of people that's been unalived everywhere.
Exactly. So that's why I'm saying you need to add more context to it. You can't just say I'm not for Texas gun laws or I'm not for.
Can I interject and ask
go
a
ahead,
question?
Casey.
Go right ahead. Yeah.
So caller, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. Have you ever been the victim of a crime by a black man?
No, I have not. But I'm going to ask you this. Have you ever been a victim of a crime of a black man? And have you ever been victimized by your mother? Because it seems like you, Casey, have a very blatant issue with black women. As a matter of fact, black women that
I do not. That's why last night I gave money for the woman to have bear mace.
Okay. Black women that have been abused by black men, they're the ones who are silent. The ones that are vocal are the ones that refuse to be victimized by black men.
But do you understand that we're talking about
gaslighting?
Jeremy and Carlisha Hood, and you're talking about.
You can pause with that gaslighting.
It's not about gaslighting.
Okay, are y'all gonna have a conversation? Or y'all gonna yell at each other? Can y'all please just have a civil conversation? Because if we're gonna yell at each other, why engage? Why, if you have your thought, he has his thought. It's no reason. If black people cannot come together as a community and have a civil conversation, it's no point.
Sure.
Do you believe, caller? And the reason I'm asking this is because we understand you're emotional and. The emotion may be hold on. The emotion may be more than just Jeremy Brown and Carlisha Hood. Do you believe that there's do you believe that black men are at war with black women?
There's no gender war going on. It's a race war. You hate who you are, and that's an emotion that you have. And no matter how stoic you may appear, whatever you are masking is coming out through the way you refer to black women. I don't care how you mask it. I don't care how monotone you are. As a black male, for you to say that she should have never said lay him down or to finish the job, you weren't even there. This is hearsay. We know, all of us know by the footage that he was pummeling on that woman. That child had every right to take him out.
I think it's starting to be more than just what's going on with the case, because I don't have any malice or hatred towards anybody.
You do.
I don't think you.
And black women have every right to be passionate about this because they're the ones who's being targeted. You're not. You're the ones who are targeting black women.
And having this discussion, and we're having.
No, we're not having a discussion.
Okay.
You're attacking black women.
Okay, so if he's going to attack black women, why engage with them? Just
he need to know what time it is.
This is just turning into an argument. But this is turning into an argument, and it's a drama scene. And this ain't role play. So
that's what you bring, gossip.
Yeah, I've been gossiping role play.
And what time it is, he needs to know what time it is. And what time it is if you keep on attacking black women physically and verbally, this is going to continue to happen to you. And I urge black women to stop listening to these black males because they are traumatized by these white men and they want to be them.
Okay,
and
the white. Okay, okay. We're gonna
that guy named
240. We're gonna let you go. Okay. Okay, listen, if y'all gonna come up here just to argue, let's just save it. If you're gonna come up here just to have other agendas to push, let's just save it. This is a topic everybody is talking about on Facebook, on TikTok, and all around the world. I cannot control nobody's narrative. I can just talk about what people are saying and just have civil conversations about it. Casey,
it's 607 people watching. Oh yes, 607 people watching. 500. Oh, sorry. You want to go to the next caller?
Oh no, go ahead. You can say it. Well, shit.
607 people watching. 501 likes. It's a heated conversation, very engaging. I think there's some good takeaways, despite everything. Everybody support GIGI with super chat, cash app her, $ pink lips,
okay.
500.
Now somebody said calm down. Well, I already told you how I am. I don't do good with a lot of yelling and all that serious tone. I walk away. I don't engage. Some people, they like it. They like to argue. They like to overtalk each other. If it's a role play, cool, but nah. That's energy. That's energy. I don't feel that's energy. That's transferable. So on the phone calls, if you guys can talk, communicate, cool. But if you're coming up here to yell, to argue, let's just not. Shannon said, why role play something so serious? I didn't say, did I say I was going to role play something so serious? I role play on my channel from time to time. The only time I will argue, you may hear me argue, is if I'm role playing. But for serious, I don't argue and I don't do all that. Gigi, she was a non-stop chatterbox, soft arguing is arguing. Her energy was passionate, the caller. Okay, thank you, everything I said was a narc too. Don't mess with Gigi, I can dig. In this kind of crime. Okay. KC, do you have something to say?
Nope. Real great discussion. I'm gonna let people have the catharsis.
Okay. Okay. All right. Calling from 732. You're live on the air.
Hey, Gigi. Good morning to you and Casey.
Hey, how you
Hey, good
doing?
morning.
I'm doing awesome, and I called last night. That was the first time I heard of the story, and I want to say two things. First, I'm gonna say rest in peace to Jeremy, but I'm gonna apologize also to the mother and the son because I was the one that said, "How do we know if that's her gun?" And I do have a son as well, like I said. So I'm playing devil's advocate for everyone, like how you said. And Gigi, I apologize that they're getting upset with you because, like you said, you just bring the gossip, and I
Right.
love it.
But the thing is, if
I
you
love
don't like
it.
the tone, if you don't like it, why engage? People all around the
Exactly.
world have something to say. People say shit about me 24/7 on TikTok and everywhere. I'm not going to engage, but that's just me. But go ahead.
But once I discussed it with my family members, because this is, like you said, a worldwide
Everybody
problem
is
that
talking
has
about
taken
it,
place.
good, bad, or indifferent.
Exactly, and I said it to my cousin, and I still didn't even know what I wanted to say. Because at first I was like, yeah, if my son would have walked in there, now I was with the mother, Carlisha, I'm saying, I would have told my son, yeah, get him because of how we were all in the heat of the moment. And my older cousin said to me, when we both got our sons, she said, I would have wanted my son to beat him to a pulp. She said, but I wouldn't have wanted my son to kill him because then my son's life would be ruined. Now I got a 23-year-old son, and her son's 25. I said, because you're right. I said, but see, because the whole night, I just heard it yesterday. So I'm apologizing to Carlisha and them because I'm saying, oh, that could have been a son gun. We don't know the situation. And I was jumping to conclusions because it's Chicago, where I'm wrong. So now come to find out this is a young man with a life. This is a mother single like I am. And at the same time, this man lost his life, and they both, I think, got a little. I'm like you. I don't do World Star and watch people hit people. So I never
Hell
saw
no,
the video.
I can't stand that energy. That's not. I can't. I rebuke that energy. I don't like it. Like I said, the only time I'm gonna act a fool if role playing. If I'm not, if you see me yelling, it's only role playing. Other than that, I would never yell in my life. I don't do all that.
And so I never saw the hit or whatever, And I'm gonna say to KC because he was asking the lady, I was domestically violent when I was 17 with my second daughter's father. And at first I wasn't doing nothing, but I used to call the police, and that was in Camden County. And like they say, oh, the police take so long to get there. One day the woman said to me, you going to sit there and keep – now, I wasn't with my daughter's father, but he was breaking my house. She said, somebody going to die. Now, she scared me to death because I didn't want to die. She said, you get your kids, you get out of here and go back where you came from. And I was trying to explain, see that now we don't know if Carlisha could have got away from him at that moment. I don't know. So now I'm conflicted. I'm like, well, the man is dead. I want him to rest in peace, but he was wrong. But I think I was wrong too because in the end, once my cousin enlightened me, would you want your son to go down for the rest of his life because you told him to finish the life? And then I said, well, see, I wasn't thinking, and that'd be the problem with a lot of people in the heat. We don't think.
Well, the reason why I would ask if someone's like the victim of something is because that might be where they're coming from. And
yes.
I understand I'm a man. I used to be a sexual assault investigator when I was in the Army, and I would rather let someone vent and say their piece, especially if they're coming from a place of hurt and pain, and it's more to it than just what's going on with the story.
But once we evolve, you can't always use that because, like my cousin said, now we're parents, and I'm with you, Gigi.
Well no, because this is I'm sorry, I got to cut you off, and I'll let you finish. And the reason why that's important is because this is an online show. It's just having a discussion on the internet. You know what I'm saying? Like if people are hurting and they're experiencing pain and they are venting, it becomes somewhat toxic if people if there's arguing going on and people are not really talking about Jeremy Brown and Carlisha Hood, but they're referring to like what happens in the population.
Yeah, to me, arguing is it's nonsense. You're going to feel how you feel a person. You're not talking to a person to understand. It's just more talking at you and just let me just talk at you and attack you and attack you. And it serves no purpose.
Hey, man, I love you for that because, like you said, we all entitled to speak, but you ain't got to cuss me out and you don't got to cuss other people out.
And the reality is that we all have different opinions and we're not going to believe and feel the same way. I mean, people just feel differently. And that's okay. But that's okay. That is human nature. We change, we evolve, we get more information, and we feel differently, and we have a different opinion based on the information that's given, and different thoughts and different time.
Yes, ma'am. But Miss Gigi, I'm gonna let you go because I waited just to say that. But I love you. Don't stop.
Girl, I love you too, and I thank you, and I just want to say I thank you just for coming and just I can feel the love in your voice, and I appreciate you.
I just wanted to say that, and I wanted to apologize for my own action. Like, you don't even know, but thank y'all, and y'all have a blessed day the rest of this day.
You too, girl. Okay, calling from 336. You're live on the air, 336.
Hi, Gigi.
Hey, how you doing?
Fine, and you? I've been wanting to call in your station for so long. I ain't gonna hold the line up long because I know a lot of people want to get up here and talk. Well, I want to say good morning. I'm listening to you at work, girl. I get up at 7.
Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, this is what I want to say. Everybody has their opinions. Now, no, I'm not saying that it's right that the man got killed. No, I'm not saying it's right that the woman got punched. But you know, I feel like as an adult, we got to handle things differently. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. Is it an echo?
No.
It's not. Give me a second. Oh, okay. Hold on. All right, I'm back. We have to handle things differently. So I don't know what started the argument. I don't know, everything that was said. But I think, like I said, the guy, he could have been on drugs. He could have mental disorder. I think the mom should have backed off, should have just walked out. And it could have avoided a lot of stuff. It's just like a lot of times when you have two drunk people arguing and then it escalates, it never turns out good, So I think mom should have just walked away and son shouldn't have come in there and shot the boy. I don't know if the mama really texted the boy to come shoot him or not, but the boy shouldn't have had access to the gun. And we don't know what type of environment how she raised her son. We don't know what type of environment he's raised in. A lot of parents they want to be friends with their children, so they let the children do what they want. They don't stay in a child's place. Okay, so either way you look at the situation, the cop is going to, when they go to court, they're going to probably want to know why did he use a gun. Like, let me change this, sorry. I can see if the lady was getting robbed, and beaten, because some people are crazy and they try to rob you, beat you, and abduct you, whatever. Now, that's a reason to shoot and kill, but it's just something you can walk away from, walk away. That's how I feel. And now, if she was instructing the guy to finish her son, to finish him and kill him now, I feel like she's going to be the one to serve more time because he's still a minor, either way you look at it. And some people encourage their children to do stuff like that anyway. So I don't know how she raised him.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that, and I appreciate your, telling us your perspective. All right. Anything else you would like to add to it?
No.
Okay. Casey, you have anything?
Thanks for calling.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, calling from, you okay, Casey?
Oh, yeah, I'm great. I got thick skin. I got thick skin.
I'm like, Casey, fuck this shit. Goddamn it, I'm out.
Nah. I understand. I understand. It's emotional.
I got thin skin. Shit. If I was on your podcast, and niggas was saying some shit about me, dog. I'm out. Okay. Okay. So let's keep on going on. That's why I don't be on nobody's shit. Calling from 225. You're live on the air.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Gigi, I've been waiting and waiting. This is a good topic that you came
I
up with,
apologize.
and and I was calling about it. Okay, so I want to say I know how you were talking about how people have their emotions high. So I want to say that I was put in a predicament like that like 3 years ago. Well, 2.5 years ago. I have 3 sons, and it wasn't about with a pow, but I got into a car accident. Now, as I think about it, after the time happened, they had some guys that was coming up to my car. We had a car accident, coming up to my car threatening me. So me as a mom, I felt threatened because they were guys. So I called my son to come out there, which it could have went left. Now that I think about it, but when it comes down to like what you said, when guys see that their parents, where their mother, I put it that way, their mother is in trouble, I don't think that they really think, because I have a son, well, he ain't calmed down a little bit, but my oldest son, he's kind of hot-headed. And when I called and told him that, you know, he stayed at least about 20 minutes, 25 minutes away from where the accident happened, but he got there so fast, I didn't know how he got there. So when he got there, he asked me the question. He said, now, who was bringing you? And I felt like a child. I really did. And so he was like, well, who was doing that? Who was doing this? And then he was like pointing at people and this and that. And so he pointed to the right to. I was like, yeah. So then my son went out there to attack the guy. And I'm married. And so my husband was like, you know, this could have turned criminal instead of like accident, you know, because you called your son to this and it could have went another way. You know what I'm saying? Because you felt for your life. I called the police. Looked like the police was not trying to get there. I'm a woman stuck in my car because I wouldn't get out because they was coming around my car. But to say that it caused a whole bunch of confusion, my sons wind up getting in trouble too as well because they wanted to fight the children, you know, the other guys, the young men. And just to say this, I'm saying like you say, with the situation, you have to watch what you put your children in. Even though my kids was grown, but you still have to watch what you do, because with me doing that could have costed my children life, because I didn't know what them other kids had on them, you know, far as me calling my kids. I didn't know what my kids them brought to the scene. You see what I'm saying? So I can feel some people saying that, you know, yeah, protect your mother and stuff like that. I agree with that because, like I said, I have 3 sons and they are very protective of me. And like I say, and I have a husband. And they were saying, like, she's being a single mom, but you don't know what the background of it is and this and that. And, yes, being a single mother, you can raise boys. You know, because I only have 1 child with my husband. That's my last child. And my other 2, I was a single mother for a good while. But I had my oldest one, the one I'm talking about, the high head, he graduated from a university, you know, and my other 2, you know, they graduated from school and doing their own thing. So we don't want to take that from there. And I had wrote down a lot of stuff that y'all was talking about too. And I wanted to talk about like the mental health as well, like what you were saying, that I kind of took a little personal about that. You were saying that, you know, we always be saying like people are crazy, because I'm a strong advocate of that, because I have a child that's like that. And we can't really just say people are crazy, because sometimes that it is hereditary. You know, I don't think that God put us on this earth for people to just say they're going to be insane or they're going to be killers. It's something that happened in their life. And like I said, I'm taking that from personal experience. You know, some trauma that happened in their life. And all disabilities are not visible. And we have to look back at what you were saying about one of the other callers, not you, was saying like the fatherless, you know, people that's not in the home. That's true, because the government, far as black people, the government is trying to take the fathers away from the home. And then sometimes the fathers are leaving the home. You know, so that's a big thing that's in the community too, because everybody want to look at where the mama, where the daddy, you know, this and that, you know. But sometimes it don't be that, because you can be the best mom, you can be the best dad, but sometimes kids do what they want to do. I always hear people say, "Oh, I know my child wouldn't do this." You don't know what your child gonna do outside. Me and my son just had that talk. Yeah, they act sweet and innocent around me, but I don't know what they do when I'm not around.
Okay.
You know, and I believe that, like what you were saying about an evil spirit. Now, these are the last days, you know, and I do believe spirits jump in and out each other, you know, out of people and stuff like that. I think that, like you said, what Jeremy was doing, no, that wasn't his first time from what I seen on the video, the way he handled it. The girlfriend, she was laughing because she felt like it was something to laugh at because she wasn't getting it, somebody else was getting it, because he, 9 out of 10, he was knocking her upside the head too. So it goes back to that as well. But I just said that, and I do, like I said, I do agree that the son should have helped his mother. I really do. I mean, I'm going to stick with that. I have nothing against that. I'm sorry about what happened to Jeremy, but like I say, I have boys too, and I tell boys, and I make jokes with my sons too, because I always tell them, if a girl do something, call me, I'll fight them, because they don't have no clue. You know, I'll be like, "Oh, I'll fight them, just don't you hit them," you know, but I be joking. But I always try to tell them, keep your hands to yourself. Remember, you have a mother. You have a grandmother, you know, and if the girl is not for you, walk away. If she got to be around here hitting, because I have a cousin that's like that. She beats her husband, and he takes it. It's like, it's normal to them, you know. So I just want to come on here and say that you know, about the mental health, because this month is PTSD awareness. And I just want people to know that, this young man is going to be traumatized. Like I say, I went through something else with my kids. A young man tried to, off one of my kids or whatever, and it was a big old thing. He targeted the whole family, you know, and my husband was the same way. He was just like, only thing I'm going to say is protect yourself, because every time they would see me, they were like, "Oh, that's their mama right there." My husband was like, you know, you do what you got to do to stay alive. He said, because they going to do what they got to do. And he said, and you do just like the police do. They, you know, power to live, you power to live too as well. But this whole world itself is just dangerous. And when it comes down to our young generation, I have a son that just don't care. He's not afraid to die or anything. You know, he was like, "Mama, you come in this world to live and to die." And that's the way I feel about it. And it hurts me as a mother that he feels that way. But this generation, what we did in the 70s and 80s when I was coming up, this whole generation is just like, I don't care. Even like what you was talking about, you know, other people, about the way you dress and the way that you act. The people didn't act like that back in the day. You know, everything was hush, hush. And we have to be, as women, to be vocal. I was in an abusive relationship, and I was just like the caller was before. You know, was scared and this and that. And I had a police officer told me the same thing, you know, get away from this situation. And I left it, and I did good. And then the thing about it, the person that, you know, I was getting into it with, we are kind of like best friends now. But I had to get out that toxic environment at that time. And I'm just tired of everybody trying to point the finger, you know, just because it's a single mama, just because it's a single dad. No, single people raise good children. It's not all about a two-parent household all the time using protection. If you know that you're not going to be able to be in these children's lives, you're not going to be able to take care of these children, then wrap it up. You know, I have 3 children. I only have 1 grandbaby, and I'm 40 plus. And I thank the Lord because I raised my boys right. To tell them, don't be going out there getting these babies if you cannot take care of them. But they see nowadays, these girls thinking, these boys think, oh, having a baby is cute. And it's not. But I just want to voice my opinion about that, because I kind of feel some way about that, because, like I say, she's just like, good there. And she took it, but it's probably something that she was used to. And they just got some women built like that, you know, like they just take it. So, Casey, do you have anything that you want to say or ask or give in light of? Because, like
well,
I said,
when it comes to
learn.
responding to like a personal story, like you have, and my heart goes out to you. When it comes to responding to a personal story, I'm not going to do that because I just want to kind of keep it to Jeremy Brown and Carlisha Hood. But thank you for calling.
Okay, then. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, 225. We're going to let you go at this time. We're going to go on to the next topic. I mean, the next caller. Can y'all please like this video? It is early in the morning. Calling from 904. You're live on the air, 904. Hello, 904. 904. 904. Okay, we're gonna let you go. 904. They probably fell asleep. Calling
Probably
from
so.
504. You're live on the air.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing? 504.
I'm doing good. So I just want to stay on the subject. So basically, in the video, I heard, I don't know if it was a girlfriend or not, but I did hear somebody saying he told you. So that sounds like the girlfriend who lied, basically, to me. That's number one. Number two, I want to stick to the subject. I want to go back on what Casey said. He was pointing out the fact that of where the kid may have got the gun or whatever the situation is. That doesn't matter. What matters is this lady was getting beat on. That's number one. And she didn't, it didn't sound like she was saying anything to provoke him to hit her. So this guy had no right to hit her. This kid was standing in the door clearly. His mom told him to go to the carpet. So I don't see where the girlfriend could call in and say this mom instructed her son to finish this guy off or whatever the situation was. Why isn't that on video if everything else is being recorded? We should have heard that, like we heard, maybe her, like I said, I don't know, saying that he told you. So it sounds like she probably getting her ass beat by him too. But yes, I feel like that baby had the right to protect his mom.
Okay. I appreciate you calling us and letting us know how you feel about it. All right, we're going to go on to the next caller, calling from 443. You're live from the air, 443.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Can you hear me?
I can
I'm
hear
doing
you.
great. It's really nice to talk to you.
Same here.
I just want to go over quite a few different points on this particular subject and also on some of the questions that you and Casey asked as far as, like, do we feel as though it's a war between black men and black women? But just to touch on the story itself.
Say that again. The question between the black men and black women, because I don't think I asked.
Yeah.
What was that question?
Yeah, you did.
Well, I had asked one of the callers that, a previous caller, but that was because
so Casey
of the things
asked
that she
it
was
or
saying.
I asked it?
I'm not sure. I know one of you guys asked it. I'm sorry.
Well, I asked
I've been on here waiting for a long time.
Okay, and let's just say that Casey has his own perspective. He got his own flavor. I do too. We're not the same. We don't have the same perspective. He don't speak for me. I don't speak for him.
That's absolutely fine. I just want to let you know the different points that I wanted to touch on.
Yeah, I just don't want to think that
I want to let you guys both know up front that my personal opinion has nothing to do with you. You are a media outlet. You are reporting on the news and things like that. That's what you're doing. That is journalism. First and foremost, it's been quite a few women that came on here. I do not agree with them at all. Okay? They keep that. I don't understand why is it a narrative being painted that she could have walked away. I don't understand why is that even an option. Why is it that when it's a black woman that is in imminent danger that we have the obligation to walk away? And this is painted numerous amounts of times, but soon as something happened where so it's police brutality or anything else, we're the first ones in line to jump in front of these men. And one thing that is not being said is that at this particular time, when it took place, they're talking about how many ways she could have prevented it. It was I believe 3 or 4 grown black men standing there watching it, who also allegedly, is from what I'm hearing off of social media and everything else, gave false statements to the police officers as well. But if this was something that was gang activity or it was a male on male crime, it would have been a totally different story. It would have been just fine how things went. But because this young 14-year-old male decided to protect his mother because nobody else clearly wasn't going to protect him, I believe that he absolutely, positively deserved to be pow-powed, without a doubt. And I absolutely believe that he was probably absolutely on some type of drug. I believe that he was probably an abusive narcissist, which a lot of us have dealt with. And I do believe that it was something mentally wrong because that woman was calm. She was not cussing. She wasn't irate. She said very calmly, baby, go to the car. He said, what? What? Go to the car? It's no reason for you to be arguing about who's in line over food or whatever the case may be. Should never. He hit her like she was on the street. Like he hit her like he was trying to kill her. Excuse me, unalive her. And I don't think that's. So I don't understand why everybody's like, oh, then she could have walked away and it could have been this, it could have been that. Like, how can it be that?
443, I'm looking in the comments section, and I said, if it was me, they asked me, what would I do in that situation? I would walk away. I don't engage with craziness. That's what I said. If I had to inform or give somebody advice, I would tell them to walk away. Don't argue with crazy people. Don't engage with crazy people.
Gigi, I understand exactly what you're saying, Gigi. I'm cooperating with the women that were on before you, previous to you.
Okay, because they said in the comments section. So
yeah, exactly.
I hear that.
Yeah. So I'm speaking on that. Like I said, I understand your personal perspective, but again, like the woman that was on prior to me, I didn't agree with everything what she said, but I do agree with this one thing. Who's to say that the woman didn't have her own mental trauma? That's the reason why she reacted the way she did. You understand? So
yeah, I get what you're saying. I have black women in my family that would not stand down, and they like going toe to toe with men, and they like fighting men. I'm just not gonna do it. I would not advise anybody else to do it. Everybody is different. Everybody is going to respond differently.
I completely agree with every angle of trying to, deal the situation. I understand that. I agree with all of those things. But we're talking about this one particular incident. I don't care about my personal right now. Like, we're talking about a 14-year-old young male whose life could have been completely thrown away. When I seen this, I cried. This young man, and this is not allegedly, he is a straight A student. He doesn't have no record. You get what I'm saying? Like, and his mom, the accolades behind her with her multiple businesses and everything else, these are things that are proven facts. It's nothing that I'm not saying that people cannot have their ways being accomplished. But what I'm saying is I don't see anybody that's accomplished or their child is that well mannered and everything else being like, oh, have him do this. And it's already been proven. I don't know why they keep saying, oh, I wouldn't have told. It's already been proven. The DA, and this was a lie. It was a lie. They lied. That woman never texted her son. She didn't put her son in a situation. He's seen his mother getting ready to possibly be attacked. And I got all girls, and I promise you, I have a 14-year-old daughter, and she will probably do the same thing. I wouldn't want her to. I would never want her to. Of course, I do believe in me being the shield for my child and not the other way around. But I don't see no one allowing someone to hurt their mother like that at all. And there was several adult black men there that's serious for you to hit someone and then lose your life.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. Mm-hmm.
So I absolutely I absolutely understand where you're coming from with your mentality and how you feel as though that you will handle certain situations. But sometimes there's no way to, sometimes they're unprovoked. I know women that have gotten beaten just because they turned down a man advances for a phone number.
Yeah,
these are
that
things
happens
that
a lot.
you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that happens a lot.
And a lot of times, and I don't know if I'm not sure who, but I know where I'm from. You can still be calm, not say anything, and you will still become an abusee. And it seems like they tend to target the ones a lot of the times that don't want the confrontation because it makes them feel empowered over top of them. It makes them feel like, oh, like you said earlier, like I'm stronger, like you're going to listen to what I got to say. And then that woman could have had abusive parents. She could have been in a previous relationship with a child's father that was abusive. So she's like, I'm not going to stand for another person to hurt me. I'm going to stand up for myself. And how can someone say she's wrong for that? And it's just disheartening to me because if it wasn't for that video, if it wasn't for whoever took that video, that child's life would have been ruined forever. Not to say that now, because now this is another topic that he might have to watch his back for the rest of his life. Because I'm sure this man's family wants to pow them now. Trauma, forever. That woman might possibly have to move her entire life because of this. This is on all local and national news outlets. With you, like this is something that's not. His picture is out there. Who's to say who's this abusive family and how they are? Because clearly he didn't have too much of a good upbringing for him to be out here beating on women like that. So who to say that he ain't got a toxic family behind him? And you see multiple posts about, oh, how it shouldn't have happened, and he got kids, and I'm sure he seen that little boy standing in the doorway. I'm sorry. I'm very passionate about it.
Well, you're not being disrespectful.
To me, it's more so about the
cool.
child.
You're not being disrespectful, so
yeah,
it's cool.
It's more so to me about the child, GG. It's more so to me about the child. Because at the end of the day, that's the person that will lose the most out of this situation. Because that's how I look at it. Yeah. You get what I'm saying? Because I'm looking at me, and I'm only 31, right? If I had to throw my life away, I would throw my life away for my child because my child still got a full life to live. Mm-hmm. And if somebody didn't get this on camera, they would absolutely have to go by what their witnesses said. This child's life would have been down the drain forever. Mm-hmm. Whereas though, just to bring up something from a couple of years ago in Wisconsin, where you had a young white male with an assault rifle just shooting random people and get acquitted of all charges because of self-defense. So I'm very happy that his charges got dropped. Mm-hmm. But he's absolutely going to be traumatized. He's absolutely, because of our community and how they think, he's going to possibly have to look over his shoulder for a very long time. Mm-hmm. That's what's not being talked about. What's not being talked about is this woman has, it's whether or not they got her name out there, would somebody find her address, whether it's going to be vandalized, like what's the retaliation? That should be what the focus is at this point.
I hear you, but I think the focus is not there because this situation happens all the time.
And it shouldn't.
Killing in these
It should.
neighborhoods happen all the time. The taking out of kids happen all the time. This happens all the time.
It shouldn't be so normalized, Gigi. You know how
But it
painful that
is.
is.
It
And I
is.
am another one. I am another one of those women who have had that trauma in the past, and it's painful because it'll be women like myself. You get what I'm saying? And I'm gonna even say you too, because I honestly I don't know what anyone else is hearing. I never heard you have a. I hear you coming from the perspective of an honest journalist. You're giving your opinion, but you're also stating facts of what you've heard from different outlets and things like that. So I get that.
What I do is I talk about gossip from all forms. Whether it's a gossip piece and people say it's a lie, I still talk about it. Why? Because people are talking about it. It is a conversation piece. People still sit theories. Conspiracy theories is a part of gossip. So yes, some people feel like, oh, it's bullshit, but people talk about it. So I talk about gossip, which is all gossip around the world, to have it as conversation piece. And it's not for me to make you believe anything or to force anything on you. We all have different perspectives around the world. You know, I'm sure everybody in their family
60
members,
seconds.
they have different perspectives. Every family don't feel the
Absolutely.
same way. Every black person don't feel the same way. Every black man would never feel the same way. Every black woman don't feel the same way. We all have different makeups. We have different foundations. We have different beliefs. We have different experiences.
Absolutely, and I totally agree with you, and I believe that if we more as an entire race community or community was able to actually sit down and converse without conflict, it would be so much better. Because at the end of the day, I believe that the woman, which was I don't even know the guy,
10
the
seconds.
girlfriend, I believe that she also should have spoken up. Because and this is my personal opinion, I would never let my man argue with another woman. I would never let my man argue with a woman. She thought it was funny. And I completely agree with, it was like one or two calls before where he was probably beating on her too. She was probably just happy it wasn't her that day.
Mm.
But a lot of these women stay in that situation because of a trauma bond. A lot of these women stay in that situation because they don't feel like nobody else is going to protect them. A lot of these women went to their brothers and fathers and they told them, well, if you still want to be in the situation, I'm not going to be there. A lot of these women stay because of numerous amounts of reasons. A lot of these women go press charges and drop them out of threats and fear and because we get told all the time that, oh, we can't stitch. We got to stand by their side. We got to stay with them while they're down, while they're beating on us, while they're doing all these different things. So when they see another woman and she's going through it, they want to cast all types of judgment. And it's funny. But it wasn't funny that he lost his life. But I'm not going to hold you up. I just wanted to state my piece and just shed more light to what I feel as though was the most important to me. Mm-hmm. Not saying that the mother being hit wasn't important, but that child's life was almost
gone. Yeah. Okay. Well, I thank you so much for calling.
Y'all have a blessed morning.
You too. And I appreciate you for calling. All right. We're going to go into the next caller. How y'all doing in the chat? What's going on? The man hit her so hard that she could have damaged. Okay. Calling from 207. You're live on the air, 207.
Hey, Gigi. How you doing?
I'm okay. How about yourself?
Fine. I'm just calling to say Black women, we need to protect ourselves because we see that nobody's really protecting us. You got 3 men that videotaped this. They didn't come and step in to help the female. And this is where we get the predicament of where the son feels like he has to protect his mother. And everybody's saying, oh, why get the son involved? Because he knows to protect his mother. That's probably what he was, growing up off of. We don't know the circumstances, but we do know that there was grown other men standing there videotaping, watching, didn't even try to defend the Black woman.
And you feel that those men, if they would have proceeded, to say stop this could have all been avoided.
I mean, it may not have been avoided, but we wouldn't have had a 14-year-old, that needs counseling now because he done killed someone, or they probably have to pick up and move somewhere else because I'm sure, it is Chicago. Retaliation is a big thing. And we don't even know about this man's family. We do know that he has a record, that has been reported. He's an abuser. But as we can see, there's not enough Black men that's protecting us. They're coming for us. So we have to protect ourselves.
All right. Anything else you want to add?
No, that's about it. Thank you for your time. I hope you have a good day.
You too. All right, let's go on to the next caller. We do have a lot. Calling from 241. You're live on the air, 241. 241. Did I say that number right? 214. I'm sorry. 214. Okay, 214. You probably fell asleep. I'm going to let you go. Calling from 347. You're live on the air, 347.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I want to say that Black women do need to protect. We do need to protect ourselves. We are being unalived every 4 to 5 hours by Black men. And I think that to say, oh, she could have walked away. Well, we have a lot of cases where a lot of people tried to walk away and still ended up assaulted by Black men. We can also say, we called the cops. People called the cops and they still were unalived by Black men. We also heard cases where men are using children as shields, and this is true. One case is the little girl who was in the drive-through with her father, and you can't tell me that man didn't use her as a shield. But now with this case, I strongly believe that boy saved his mother's life. I'm glad he did it. I'm upset that people are saying rest in peace. He should be resting in hell. To the man, he deserved what he got. What else? Just be aware of y'all surroundings. Stop looking at these men as if they could be, he could be my son. That could be dangerous days, and it's because of them, plain and simple. And I don't want to say, it's not all of them. I could care less. Ladies, protect yourselves, please.
All right.
And your children. And then you got in this fatherless homes and all this other stuff. These men, they don't want your children. They need to go out and wear one. Stop putting everything on black women. And another thing, they sitting up here and they doing all this crime. They go from their mama house, their girlfriend house to the jailhouse, not owning up to any of their responsibilities. Plain and simple. They want to go to jail. Because what they get a free meal, they get a place to lay where they ain't got to pay no bills or none of it. And then they get their visits, and half the time they on the down low in jail. What else I was gonna say? I'm just upset about this whole thing. I'm just upset about this whole thing. And it's Gigi, I'm telling you, I was in here talking. I was just so frustrated, and I'm glad because I'm pissed when you see these stories. He live in Chicago. He already has PTSD, whether he shot the man or not. When do a person not have PTSD when you live in Chicago? Tell me. There was a off-duty police officer woman who got attacked, and she had to unalive some man who tried to take her weapon from her. I'm going to say this. There's a YouTuber. Can I say a YouTuber channel?
If you're saying something good about them, but if you're saying something negative about them.
Something good.
Okay, if it's something good.
So there's a YouTuber that I watch, and her channel is Black Girl Unlost. And she do videos every day reporting on what's going on in different states, in these different states. And it's traumatizing. It's disturbing. You know, it's disappointing. It's embarrassing. It's I don't know. It's sad. You know what I mean? It's really, but it's real. This is what we're dealing with. We can't hide from what is going on. And then you got other YouTubers that's on here talking about men. Oh, well, we should unalive all the black women and start over. What the hell?
Well, let's not say their name.
No, I'm not going to say their name, but I think ladies, go out there and get your license. Get your license to carry. It's important. Because when you walk away, like in New York, there was a woman who the guy was like, oh, let me buy you a drink. She like, oh, no. Respectfully, no, I'm good. I got it. And he almost bit her eye out because she respectfully said, no, I'm okay. So, you know, she walked away and still got injured. There was a man who pulled out a weapon at these women sitting at, just minding their business, eating dinner outside. And he pow at them because they didn't want his number or, didn't want to be bothered. Like, your emotions is that warped that you can't handle a no. You need to stay the hell in the house. Plain and simple. If somebody can have you go from 0 to 100, stay the hell home. Order your food. Plain and simple. He need to go for therapy. Mm-hmm. If you can't handle rejection in a positive way, then you shouldn't come out the house. That's just crazy. But I'm gonna let y'all go. It's early in the morning where I'm at. But this is crazy. So on that note, I'm glad the little boy shot him. I'm glad they're not in jail. Black men do bring darker days, and I'm done. Glad KFC didn't say anything because he could have got cussed out. And good night.
Good night.
Bye, Gigi. Thank
Good
you.
night.
Thanks for calling.
Oh shit. Oh God. Oh God. God damn. Listen, I know this live minute it's something else. If you enjoying this live, please press 5. Okay. Okay. All right. Calling from 443. You're live on the air. 443. You're live on the air. All right. Maybe they gone. All right, we're going to let you go, 443. Calling from 757. You're live on the air, 757.
Yes, good morning to both of you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My opinion may not be popular, but I'm going to say this. Listen, I think something else that's a very teachable moment about all of this, and it's loss of mental life is sad for a 14-year-old as well as his mother. I'm sure it will affect them forever. They'll be dealing with this. But it's really important to recognize that if you live by the sword, you die. And that young man that had a history of domestically abusing people in his past, and now his past is completely his past. Unfortunately, that day met his sword because of the way he lived. So I said that to say this: be careful how you treat each other. Think about what you're doing. Do everything you can. If one thing social media has taught us is nothing else, is to protect your family. I mean, when I first came to social media, I used my whole good government name. I didn't know that it could cause me to be killed economically if someone got angry at me, if I didn't say what they thought I should say. It could cause me to lose my children through CPS calls. I knew none of that. None of those things have ever happened to me. But I'm just saying, be careful on this platform and in life's platform. Think about what you do, because it can come back in some very bad ways if you're not careful. So I just caution everybody, to think about what you do today. Think about how you treat someone. Think about walking away. Or better yet, think about not even going there. If you know a situation is going to be toxic, why even end up there? It's really important. That young man met his demise because of his temper, because he'd gone through a life of feeling like he could treat people any kind of way he wanted to. And his demise was a 14-year-old child that was determined he wasn't going to treat his mother that way. I don't believe that woman told him to finish him off because she plainly told her son to go to the car. And take a little more time with these cases and things when you hear them. I know it's so easy to just jump to it and we get all emotional, but wait a couple of days. I wanted to discuss it with my husband, but I didn't because I didn't have all the facts. Because I knew my husband would immediately question me and be like, that doesn't sound right. Did you get all of the information? Where are the sources? Where did it come from? Probably later on today I'll talk to him about it because it's been a little more information. I'm a little more informed, and it caused me to keep my emotions in check. Keep your emotions in check so you don't get so emotional. And I know it's hard, but sometimes we have to just step back in ourselves and just watch things and listen and hear. But my main message is to be careful how you treat people, because how you treat people can be met with something you don't want. And the worst thing is death. And that's what that young man found out. Now he's somewhere else, don't know where he is. All because he felt superior. Or whatever he felt. Now he's gone. Is it really worth it? Do either one of you all think it was worth it?
Mm.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. I was just listening to you.
Do you think it was worth it?
Okay, what are you asking me?
I'm saying what they have presented so far as that young man having a record for domestic violence.
Jeremy
Apparently that was
Brown.
something
Jeremy
that,
Brown, right?
yes, ma'am,
Okay.
that young man, he thought that it was something that was okay for him to do.
To hit
And
on
now he's laying on
somebody?
a cold
No.
slab.
No, he
Yes,
should never
ma'am.
hit on nobody. He should never be all that crazy and just acting a fool and showing out. Something is wrong with him. I don't think that he's okay
Something
upstairs.
was wrong with
I
him.
think that he got something, upstairs in his mindset that's been on something. I don't know if he was on some drugs or something, but he's off. He's an off person, so I don't think nothing
Well,
he
that's
does in
just the
his
thing.
life is okay.
He was
He
off.
remind me of I don't know if you
He's
saw
gone.
the viral video at Disney World. It was this guy and he was sitting on his sister. He was just sitting on everybody. Everybody saw it at Disney World or whatever. He reminds
Mhm.
me of him. Like he just unhinged, unruly. He just break laws. He's a menace to society, and that's just somebody you just don't be around. Like I don't think he's well at all. I think everything he does every day, he's probably doing something horrible.
Well, the sad part is that people like that don't walk around with signs on them. Unless they're doing something, you don't even know who they are. So, I mean, it's a gamble every day you go outside. When you go outside and you make it back in the house, you should pray about it. Because a lot of folks don't make it back home. A lot of folks don't wake up in the morning.
Got it. Now,
It's
Storm, I'm not making excuses. That's how I feel. If you don't like how I feel, you have to be okay with that. You feel differently. I feel that something is wrong with them. I feel like a lot of times and a lot in this world, a lot of people are off. That is unhinged, that are not civil. I think they're off. That's just my opinion. And it's not making excuses.
Well, you can't make an excuse for
No,
someone that isn't
it's
you
my
anyway.
it's my thought. It's
So it's just
how
your
I feel,
opinion.
Storm. So you can't
And you have a
change
right
how I
to that.
feel. People are always trying to
Ma'am.
control someone because they don't feel the same way.
And guess what? Jeremy Brown was trying to change how she felt. He wanted her to shut up.
Thank you.
And he lost his life behind it. Be more peaceful and mindful. It's not that this situation is serious, but a lot of things aren't that serious. Because the way I see people treat people over the internet is ridiculous. And we talk about how black men treat black women. How about how black women treat black women on the internet alone? But I'm going to get off because I could really begin to preach, and that ain't what this is about.
I mean, just the
But
black community as a whole is just off. It's just nothing coming together. Nothing.
Everybody is off. We're just the only ones they put in the media like that because it causes a form of division. That's just like white people get killed by cops just like black people, but they put us in the media because it causes division. There's so many different things I could say, but this is the first time I've listened to your show, and I tuned into your show because you were talking about this issue, and I've really enjoyed you and Casey. I'm pretty sure that's his name.
Casey,
I've
are you there?
enjoyed your elegance.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm here.
I've enjoyed both of you all's elegance because you're dealing with different personalities. You've had to go through some things, but I've enjoyed you, and I'm surprised, and I thank you
I appreciate
for
you.
running your show with such tact and decorum. And you keep up the good work.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. We're going to let you go. Storm, you better keep it cute with me because your ass been on one for a minute, okay? Now, if you don't like me, Storm, just say that. Put it on the floor. If you don't like me, just keep your ass in the damn bushes. You know what I mean? Shit. Calling from 773. You're live on the air. 773. All right. So 773 is not answering. So I'm going to let her go. Calling from 248. You're live on the air.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, good energy. Early in the morning. Good
Thank
energy.
you. I've been so excited and waiting to get on here since yesterday about this song.
I love that.
Uh-oh.
I love
That
it.
was Steve wondering how, who put that message on there, like, how do I get on here? And then I looked up today and your number was on the screen. So,
bam.
I love you, Gossip Girl. I've been watching you for years.
Thank
I
you.
miss seeing your face.
Oh,
I miss seeing your beautiful setup.
Uh-huh.
And,
But you see all these haters I got in the bushes. You see all these haters I got in the bushes, girl.
That's right. We're going to keep them in there because, that's that burning bush.
Uh-huh.
Burn them on up in that bush.
Tell them. You
But
better let them know. Go ahead. Go ahead.
What concerns me most, though, that I want to touch on is the 14-year-old young man who's a straight A student and is doing in his life what he's supposed to do. As a black woman and girl, it's a whole lot of places I didn't feel safe. School was one of them. And what I always observed was it was less safe for the boys. So if he's able to be in these situations in Chirac and get a 4.0, he's outstanding. I also believe a lot of these things that are happening so strange with our black men, it's way bigger than us. In my own hood, I can't walk in my neighborhood for a block without being solicited by a brother who parked in front of a parcel inside of a vehicle running on gas. This is winter. This is summer. I'm in Detroit, y'all. You already know how the joke goes. You got $13, you might as well go ahead and buy the block if you can, right? So we got more empty houses than we have houses. Of the houses on the block, in my little area, a lot of them aren't even occupied, haven't been occupied for 30 years. For some reason, these men popping up and moving in them. However, you're still not established because you're homeless at a place that you want to call home, sitting in your car in the driveway because you don't like the way that mud smells. Why? Because that house, no one's been in it for 30 years. The people I know that was in it before you tore it up, which is why they left. Now, if you can't feel safe at home, you can't feel safe with your mother at a hot dog stand, and this is what I want to know. What are they putting in them hot dogs? Everybody was so distracted. No one cares because
it's normalized on that side of town in the south side of Chicago. It's just normalized. It's kind of like people who aren't
I feel like the pandemic was a big old concentration camp for us, y'all. It's like we have been desensitized and numb to things.
Nah, it's the south side of Chicago. I dated somebody from there, and it's a war zone in itself.
I get it, right? Because right here in my city, we got zip codes that the FBI say 482 die. They don't even give you the rest of the digits. They don't even matter with that. And they know we're on the map they're talking about. So if a child can't feel safe, we under attack as a black people. Our melanated race, I do feel like, is coming into some kind of awakening. And not only are we coming into the awakening of whatever is going on, which I think is like a change or a shift in the dynamic of a power that was. And since women are more sensitive and we sit on the bottom of the totem pole, I think we're the first people to be more runging on that bell. I think a lot of us are feeling the need to step into our queendom, if you will. Minus the kings, minus authority, minus whatever, right? And if I cannot talk with you about what we need to find a solution about, and I can't even leave the situation because whatever got you so aggravated in your spirit that you need to try to destroy me in the presence of other people, I just feel like where the Willie Lynch story used to be a big black man, it's now a small black woman. And in that situation where they had the kids surrounding the man who was tied up to the horse, and behind them was the women, and behind them were the other people who was going to laugh. So when they turned around, their black men couldn't even get to them, and now you got that little dissension set up in the household of us all the way from back then. Spiritually, I do believe they know how to tap in. All of this, like, internet stuff, I feel like there's a real deep probe for that AI situation because they're understanding our fears, they're understanding how we talk, and again, when I got fearful during the pandemic, it's because y'all was hitting on, like, too much stuff. I was worried about government. I was worried about money. I was worried about home. I was worried about future. I was worried about religion. I was worried about everything because I'm a single black female who done had to stand alone in court on so many different things that was nothing but up against men. And it's sad to say, I won on every case. And in some instances, I was bold enough to go in there and try to be my attorney, and I don't have any attorney skills. For whatever reason, favor was on me. Like, I think we have favor. Hence why those charges was dropped against that young man. Because like that previous lady said, if it was not for the video, never mind his history in school, never mind him not having a record, they would have tried to destroy him. Now, for the other people who say the young man is a hero, even if he is a hero, he could possibly be a hero who is going to need some kind of help because, like, where I don't feel like he needs jail, I definitely feel like he would need maybe something in where you can de-escalate a situation or call for help in a way to distract this individual, just anything like when they would have those things when the planes were being taken down or taken over. I like when they set up those different situations at the airline so we could be prepared on what we should try to do so the plane doesn't go down and everybody on there got to die.
You mean in the black community they should do that? Are you saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interject, but are you saying like in the black community they need to have like instruction on what to do as like being on the plane?
Yeah, we need some kind of order set in place. Like if it weren't for the Black Panther Party a while back, it's a lot of stuff I would think we would still be standing still on. For example, when all those kids was dying in those car accidents.
Well, why can't
from being drunk and driving?
And I'm cutting you off again to kind of bring it back to Jeremy Brown and Carlisha Hood. What's wrong with someone exercising their Second Amendment right as a way to protect themselves?
There is nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it. It's within your rights. It's just that this is a 14-year-old, not fully developed young man. If I shot and killed somebody right now with a license and a gun of which I've been trained from the field of what I retired, I already know the effects it's going to have on me. I would go in to save people. And even if I went as to save a person and they were already dead, and let's say we even find out before we had the call, to this day I deal with it, and I've been retired over 12 years. So for someone to have to heal, you can justify it with yourself, but again, we deal with self-condemnation and conflict. And that's just the natural order of things.
Because there's situations that are online and that have happened in real life that an adult is dealing with something and child gets the pow-pow and does something to defend the adult. I don't think anyone really is disputing what happened in the restaurant with the 14-year-old using the pow-pow and using lethal force to save his mother's life or protect his mother. No one disagrees on that.
No, I'm saying everybody, it's like everybody was just like there like it was a regular day while this was going down.
Well, to some people who are from there, it might be that's their perception. Right. To some people, to some people that might be their perception. This happens all the time. You've heard people tout statistics. A black woman gets assaulted every 4 to 5 hours, or as far as it gets unalived every 45 hours. There are people that we see in the comment section and are calling in. They understand, and I sympathize with them. I understand too that there is a danger to a certain race and gender. So there is that piece, and I don't think we should take away from anybody when it comes to these conversations. And it's understandable it's understandable that there are a lot of situations where a child has gotten hands on an adult's pow, and they did something to help the adult. So no one's discounting that. I think the issue is what is allegedly being said about what happened outside the restaurant, whereas there's people who said the girlfriend is the one who told, I guess, law enforcement that the mother and son pursued the guy out of the restaurant and that didn't happen, that the mother didn't text anybody. You know, like there are those moving pieces and those things to consider of what's good and what's not. I think when discussing this, we're discussing what's available. And I personally accept someone saying Jeremy Brown has a history of beating up on women. I don't need proof of that. I'm okay with accepting that. And I think if someone's like, well, I don't accept that the girlfriend of Jeremy Brown was telling the truth, okay, I could accept that as well. The takeaway should be, you know, what do we have as takeaways for this story? So in your opinion, what would be a takeaway?
So I was going to say, like, when all of the kids were dying from all of these car accidents, at one point the mothers got so enraged that they came up with that Mothers Against Drunk Driving, right? And laws got put into play. Laws got changed. I want to say, I'm not sure how old you have to be to get a driver's license now. When I was doing it, it was 16, but I think it might have got moved up a little bit because prom night was, like, really scary with the fatality rate of the kids in graduation time. So I'm saying that right now, I feel like we need to do some type of, how would I say it? I won't say necessarily protesting in the form of being out there in the streets,
so
things
you
like
protest,
that.
like what would you protest?
Well, I was going to say for the safety of Black women and things of that nature. Like, we need to have a big call for...
So what are some things that would make Black women more safe in different environments?
Well, you can give us all a officer or a guard. That would make me feel a little better, but no, that won't do. So I'm saying, like, I don't understand why it's not more different forms of authority out here. Because, like, the man, when you say that he seemed like he was different in his mind and the way he responded with the what, I agree. I feel like we need to have... things even in high school before we graduate. We need communication skills put into the high school.
Would you say that Carlisha being a legal licensed pow owner is her way of protecting herself?
Absolutely.
And so there's already ways for people to protect themselves. They just have to execute it. They have to, you know, get the pow, get the mace, get the taser.
You're not far enough because that video is what saved the young man. You know what I mean? It's like...
Well, okay, so now we're jumping to the young man. When it comes to a lot of people have said Black women need to be protected. I agree. So we're protecting Carlisha Hood, pow-pows, mace, taser. You know, what else would protect the Carlisha Hoods of the world?
It's a whole lot more ways to protect a person, and I want to get ahead of all of those items that end in harming someone or killing someone. And I want to say I strongly believe...
So, I'm just going to interject, 248, so how did you feel about Jeremy Brown being put down?
I felt, I always don't like for someone to just be killed. However, I can't help but wonder who he was 25 years ago.
Okay.
I don't know
who do you think he was 25 years ago? Who do you think he was 25 years ago?
I think he's someone who probably observed a lot of some forms of abuse to where maybe he wished he could have been someone to make things different.
Right.
Or maybe he even wished his mother would have got them out of the situation and didn't understand why she didn't get them out of there.
Right.
I don't know what.
So you feel that Jeremy Brown is a product of his environment?
Definitely, because I don't think you just wake up like that.
Right.
I don't think it's nothing too serious about that moment for him to react it that way, because the woman had on a dress, and, I mean, she was very well-mannered. She was respectable, and she was careful with her words. I feel like she sensed a little something. because she was darn near already kind of bagged up to that wall. It was space in between them that she was giving. As far as her having a license in a way, I don't know why that gun was on the car. I really wish she had it on her so that
And I sent
if
you,
she could have
Phil,
gotten to it, she
sorry
could
to
have
interrupt you
herself.
again. I sent you, Phil, some type of way about her son putting him down. What's your thoughts about that, just to make it clear?
I think he needs some kind. He's gonna have to deal with it. You know, it's something you carry. Because if it were me, younger or older now, our doggone show would feel okay with that.
Okay.
No one thou shalt not touch my mother, not even my father. So I feel like that's what's gonna help him stay focused, like keep him walking straight, because he know he did what's right. She's his upline, he's her downline, and nothing comes in between that.
Mm-hmm.
And if it does, it has to be handled. So he did what any son or daughter would do for their parent. Because I'll say this, my daddy could have been in there, right? And let's say where I know my daddy keep his thing in his coat, and let's say it was hot and he set his coat in the back, and I'm looking and I see some man getting busy on my daddy, and like my parents, all their kids was bigger than them by the time we was 12. So my dad is not a big guy, you know what I mean? And people gonna try him, and even though he got that belt, that black belt, that don't mean that he can't be killed in a situation.
Mm-hmm.
So a little girl like me has been taught by her daddy how to shoot, and you ain't taught me how to shoot, but to protect.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that was natural. I think it was instinct. I don't think he thought about it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then I'm not sure if the video showed when she told him to go back to the car. I'm not sure if he actually like got the chance to leave out and go to the car and then maybe came back in or whatever. But he seemed like he stepped back to be obedient to what his mother said. And again, that rings back to him. And then what else pissed me off about it was I was hoping they didn't try and play no mess about it, because you know how he had his hood on. And I thought about like Trayvon Martin or something like that. And I thought they was going to try and say, see, little boys probably can't wear the sweatshirts and the hoods anymore and can't have their hands in the pockets. Because I can remember when I was coming up, little boys couldn't even keep their hands in their pockets, especially if they went into a store. So all in all, I was just going to say, when it comes to the young man, I would just like for him to be able to express himself. Like, I don't know if it would be poetry in the way where he can keep it so that over time he can always have it to reflect on and gauge his writings and how he's dealing with the situation. But I would definitely like that he had somebody he can talk to and somebody smart and someone who can help him, because when you are tested like that, I tell you what I'm real interested in, the 25-year later him.
Okay. All right. Well,
because I don't feel like that's actually.
Got it. Okay, we'll keep in touch. Well, I thank you too for right. We do have a few more of the callers we want to get to before it gets too late. All right, so we're gonna let you go. Calling from 623. You're live on the air. 623. Hello, 623.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going? Shit. I was like, damn, do I got the
Hi,
right number?
GG, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. What's up?
No, I was trying to watch the chat, and I needed
Girl,
to get back
I'm
on
half
off the
I'm
mute.
half dyslexic. I be fucking up, so I don't know. I gotta make sure. I gotta look at that motherfucker again and again. Talk to me, girl. Talk to me.
You're so funny. I just wanted to say, first of all, I thank you for having this topic and allowing all of us to come up and express our opinions. I just wanted to say that I've always tried to just kind of be on the side of respecting life and preserving life as much as possible. And I know it's difficult to say what we would or wouldn't do, because we weren't really in that situation. But when I think about it, and I would try to put myself maybe in the mother's shoes. If I'm a mother, and I'm a single mother at that, and I know I'm somewhere that's maybe not the safest place, and I have my child with me, I'm always going to be thinking about the safety of me and my child, right? And I'm not going to do anything to endanger our safety. So similar to what you were saying, Gigi, about how you would probably just have walked away, I think I would have done the same thing too. Or, I would have tried whatever I could to not engage that young man. And a lot of times you got to just use common sense, use your discernment. Sometimes you can tell when people are agitated. You know what I'm saying? So I would have done whatever to not even try to avoid there being any situation anyway. I definitely, wouldn't have tried to speak to him or talk to him or anything. But I do know, and some people have said, I've heard some people come on here and say, well, sometimes you can't avoid crazy, and that's true too. So, there definitely have been situations where people have walked away and gotten attacked. We know that. So, sometimes
you get robbed or something.
Yeah, sometimes you just can't avoid, what's going on to you. But I think what could particularly happen. But I think, the Almighty gives us discernment, common sense, for the people who don't believe, they say spidey sense, whatever you want to call it. You kind of get that intuition, that feeling like, okay, this situation might not be. And you do what you can to keep yourself safe, and especially your children. So, if I was her and I was with a man, he was getting a little rowdy, or he seemed a little agitated, and I know my child is in the car, I'm gonna do whatever I can to get back to my baby and just make it safely up out of there, if at all possible. So, I'm not saying whether or not she was right or wrong for engaging a man. I'm just saying what I personally would have done.
Yeah, you're just talking from your perspective, and that's okay. We all have it.
Right. So, because again, I just think preserving life, and more so preserving mine and my child. So, either way, this, unfortunately, and as far as people saying, the men in the restaurant, they should have helped and blah, blah, blah. And listen, I agree, but that's not the time
we live in, too. I think that in this decade, that's not the time we're living in. I think people have this fantasy of men being like 1950, and that's just never going to be the case ever.
Unfortunately, that's gone. I think the obligation to protect women, and more specifically Black women, is gone. I feel, for whatever reason, they don't feel like we deserve to be protected, or they don't feel like we're worth being protected, or whatever the situation is. Their obligation to help us is gone, which even more further, I feel like is why I would have, because every time I'm a single mother
Cardi
too.
B,
Anytime
please
I go,
don't try with me, Cardi B. I will block your ass. Listen, ho, please don't. Cardi B, stop trolling me, okay? Go ahead. I'm sorry. I gotta check a hoe. Thank you, Mixie Down.
Okay.
Thank you. It's too early in the morning, Cardi B. Cardi B, I told you can ring my bell. Email me. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I was just gonna say, yeah, I think the obligation, whatever obligation or whatever that was that prompted men to protect women, and more specifically Black women, is not there anymore. So, as a single mother, as a woman, if I know when I'm going out there into the world, it's just me. I don't have any expectation for anyone to help me, which is all the more reason why I have to move smarter. You know what I'm saying? I have to be careful.
Yeah.
I wouldn't dare try and engage.
I think if anything, if you look on social media, it teaches you are in this world alone. Don't get caught up in Black people and Black pro-Black. Fuck all that. Because when you're out here in these streets, you are alone. Fuck all that. Your niggas gonna help you. Fuck that shit. You are alone.
Right.
All you have is you and your creator, whoever you believe, and just keep that reality.
Right. Yeah, you got to, so you have to move a certain way. And so I think that, I think there's some speculation about whether or not she called her son, but I did hear where she did say for him to go to the car, which is what I would have told my child to do too. Like get out of here.
Yeah, get
but
out
I
of
think
Dodge.
probably like just go to the car. Maybe she knew it was about to escalate and she didn't want him to see that, or she was probably trying to protect him and not get him involved, which is what I would have done.
Yeah,
but I do
don't
also
think
know that
a lot of parents don't want their kids involved in that.
no, but he is a young man, 14. We all know how young men are, right? They just naturally start to develop, and they come into this phase of wanting to protect, right? It's
right.
male in them. So I'm sure maybe she probably did tell him to leave. He of course did not listen, and he did whatever he felt like he had to do to protect his mother. And I definitely don't feel anything about that. I'm glad that the charges were dropped. I don't feel like they ever should have been charged in the first place. I don't feel like the mother did any type of neglect. I think she told her son to leave. You know what I'm saying? He did what any son would do.
That's
He
all he
protected his
got.
mother.
All
And
he
so,
got is his mom. That's his world.
yeah, and people, people are talking about, oh, well, what's gonna happen to him? Because now he gonna need counseling. He would have needed counseling if he would have lost his mother that day too. Who know? You know what I'm saying? So and he would have had to live with the fact that he did nothing. So I don't know which one is worse. I wouldn't even want to try to imagine. But either way it goes, he would have needed some counseling. Even if nobody died, he would have still needed counseling. To watch your mother go through something like that, and you're watching someone beat on your mother, you know what I'm saying? A grown man, that's a traumatic experience. So either way it goes, he was going to need some help. I think and as far as I think what KC was talking about, as far as what legally, I guess the courts are going to try to determine in trial is whether or not it was necessary for him to take that second shot and shoot him while he was fleeing. And I feel like I don't know, but I do understand the retaliation is real. And there's a part of me that feels like if Jeremy Brown would have survived, it's a possibility he would have retaliated, or someone else, or you know what I'm saying? We don't know. We don't know what would have happened. You know what I'm saying? And so sometimes, like you were talking about, if there's a big enough threat, sometimes people do have to be laid down, as you say. You know what I'm saying? Like, depending on how big the threat is, depending on what would happen.
Like, what do you think? Because, if any, I know what I would do, but people are saying that, they call the cops and the people get put out. So I'm like, okay, if the nigga's coming out, is he going to come back and hit your ass some more? So I said, well, shit.
Right.
The only thing you can do is lay their ass down. Are you willing to lay us down? Do you think laying his ass down is right? So, some people say yes.
Yeah, the way he was coming at her, as violent as he was, that was probably definitely a situation where it needed to take place. And based on his record, I'm saying, yeah, I feel like it's unfortunate that a child had to make that decision and even have to take that action. But, it seemed to be what was necessary, and I think at the end of the day, that's where, that's really where it kind of should be left. I think, to be honest, I'm upset that the legal system is taking it a step further and actually trying to, have a trial and charge these people or whatever.
No,
but,
charges were dropped.
No,
yeah,
I
the
know
charges
they dropped
were dropped.
it, but it's something about, but there's still a trial. It's something that they still have to try and prove.
Really?
That
I thought
it was.
This would be
Yeah,
over.
I heard something
so
about.
This is not over?
No, ma'am, I don't think so. I think they would be.
No. The charges were dropped. It's pretty much over unless they file charges again at the city level. Because I have a friend that happened to. She choked another woman, and they did a federal charges at the county level. They dismissed those charges. She thought she was good, and then she got a letter in the mail that she had a court appearance for the felony charges that were refiled at the city level. And she had to get a lawyer and everything.
It's a possibility that the case could be picked back up. It's a possibility.
It's possible that. And the issue is that, like, see, Jeremy Brown, he was pow-powed in the restaurant, which was once, and then he was pow-powed again. And so some people are saying, well, is it possible, how do we know that he was pow-powed outside the restaurant? That there was a pow-pow that had to have unalived him. So there was a pow-pow outside the restaurant. So I'm asking you this. There was 2 pow-pows, one in the back in the restaurant and one outside of it to unalive him. Do you believe it's possible that the mother really did the second pow-pow and she was covering for the 14-year-old boy?
No, I don't think so.
You think that the boy did it, both inside and outside?
I think we weren't there, so I guess anything is possible. But I haven't heard anything like that, not in any of the reports. So
it's on the news
I don't know.
that because that's what's controversial is the second pow-pow.
But
and like none of us know who did the second pow-pow.
But
it could be the mom. It could be the
that's a different narrative. But they're saying that I guess
the
other story is that never happened. So that's why they're free.
So only one pow-pow?
I don't know how many damn pow-pows. They just saying it's free. So I'm sure some shit we just don't know.
Even the way it goes, I guess even the fact that we have to even consider the second pow-pow and when it happened and how it happened, that to me just seems like we reaching to try and hold somebody accountable. This was clearly a case of self-defense, clearly. You know what I'm saying? And unfortunately, Jeremy Brown died for it. But, like a previous caller said, sometimes when you live by the sword, you die by the sword. So, we know by this man's record that he lived a life of violence and abuse. You know what I'm saying? And so sometimes, unfortunately, that's what happens to you. That same life that you live will take you out. So I don't think that we should. I hope that the charges really are dropped and that nothing gets possibly picked up, or that we don't have to continue investigating any further about if there was a second pow-pow who did it at the end. Unfortunately, I'm sad that a life was lost, because I don't, again, I believe in preserving life as much as possible. So, and I'm not judging anybody about whether or not Jeremy Brown deserved it or not, but I'm saying, it's done. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think we need to take it any further. But, so I don't know. I think it was just a case of self-defense. And I think we should just leave it at that.
All right. Well, I thank you, 623, for calling this morning. We're going to let you go at this time. All right. Calling from 904. You're live on the air.
You feel like having. You don't know that you can literally go in the store and buy.
904.
That ain't how niggas are living.
Hello, 904.
So you sit up there and fight me because you want to be in front of a video game.
Hello,
instead.
904. 904. Hello.
Hey.
Hey, how's it going?
GIGI, this you?
This is me. Who am I? How you doing?
Bitch, I done made it. Oh my God. GIGI, this Moxie Dog.
This who?
Moxie Dog.
Come on, Marcy Down. How you doing, baby? What's up?
I'm good.
I love your energy.
Fucked up about you. I know you ain't got me recording right now, right?
Yeah, girl. Girl, you called the hotline on the radio.
Hey, Party Crasher.
Okay, hey. I love your energy.
Hey.
I love good energy. Go ahead. So you know what topic we're talking about, or no?
Yes, I do. We're talking about the topic of the 14-year-old that was, that off the guy for punching his mom.
Okay.
So I'm literally sitting here with my 20-year-old, and him and I, we had an incident when he was 14, and I was dating this guy that was 6'9", and the guy pushed me all the way across the kitchen, one push. And my son was standing there like, Mom, please don't do nothing because there's nothing I can do with this guy. And the fear in my son's eyes. So what I wanted to say is that 14-year-old, like, I posted it on your video from yesterday. That boy is a hero, and I hope that when he's moving forward with his life, I pray to God that people are letting him know, and that he is blessed, and that like just congratulating him, because we do not have enough of men standing up for us black women. Us black women, we are usually standing up for ourselves.
Yeah.
I got to turn down a little bit. I'm sorry. I'm just turned up because, bitch, I cannot believe I'm on here with you, girl. I
love your personality. Do you hear me? I can just feel your energy. I love your voice. I love the realness about you. I can just sense it.
Oh yeah, no, it's real, cause like this story, like I listened to your live yesterday when we didn't have much to go off of, just based off, just all we had was what we had. And I know that you and I think it's his name, KC.
Yeah, that's the one.
Hey, KC. He's still on.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. So now listen, so I don't know if y'all started out the live tonight with just kind of Gigi. Usually, hold on, let me catch up. Gigi, usually whenever you report something, and let's say you made a comment based off of some information that wasn't factual, you usually jump back on the next day and you'll apologize and say, hey, I stand corrected.
Yeah.
And blah.
Yeah, when I first came on here, I said that, the story has been changed, that the outside, they said the girlfriend lied. The girlfriend told the police her side of the story, which got into media, and people were taking that narrative. So now we find out that the girlfriend lied, so all that goes out the window. I said that in the beginning.
Okay, so did KC say anything? Because he had a lot of remarks yesterday also. That's what really
well, I did say,
your audience
I'll say it
the
again.
wrong way.
If the girlfriend lied, and it's a lie that nobody pursued the guy outside and finished the job, then that goes out the window. I apologize about that. That shouldn't be considered if she lied. And I guess the consensus now is she did lie, and it was there was no pow outside the restaurant, just one pow in the restaurant. Dude left, and he succumbed to his injuries. So if that's the case, then yes, I agree that the 14-year-old son, he used lethal force to protect his mother, and that's justifiable to me.
Okay, but what I was asking is, did you apologize to the audience? Because Gigi has a genuine
yeah, I think he
like
just
we love Gigi, we know her very well, and
yeah, no, I think he just
I'll apologize again.
apologize. But you want to?
I'll apologize again if need be. Yeah, I apologize again, audience.
I was on. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
IKC, I apologize for anyone I've offended with my comments and commentary.
Okay.
I'm willing to believe that the girlfriend and everybody lied about them pursuing Jeremy outside the restaurant and finishing the job. I'm sorry. Hopefully we could be friends.
Oh no,
go ahead, caller.
We cool. I was just wondering if y'all.
Well, not you, the audience.
Because I wasn't there at the beginning. I love y'all combo. I want to tell you that, KC, you're very professional and well spoken, and you could do some wonderful things with Gigi. Like I can see this blowing up, but like Gigi really got this. She really got this junk on lock, and some stuff you just kind of got to follow her lead, because like if she puts something out there that's wrong, I promise you, on everything I love, I've been watching her for a long time. She do not have a problem with coming back saying, oh yeah, y'all, look here, I ain't get the right information, so look, we're gonna recap that, blah blah blah, and we just keep it moving. Yeah, so
I don't got no big ego. I don't care. I'll let you know I'm wrong.
Hell no, none of us do. Shit, there ain't nobody trying to be the smartest one in the room or nothing. Like we just, just doing the thing.
I ain't trying to be the smartest one, okay?
Damn, bitch, I can't believe I'm talking to you. Look, I got to let you go because I'm like all over here for those, but I love you so much.
I hope you call me
doing what you do.
Later on today when I'm just talking about, other gossip, because Cardi B just came up in here trying to check me, and I told her this is not the time for that. Hit me on a regular stuff.
Oh, girl, don't worry about it. I put that on time out. I just, you know what I'm saying. I didn't want to block her for just in case, you know what I'm
Right.
saying. But I did like a little time out or something
Thank
like
you.
that. I
Yeah,
got you, girl.
she not commenting no more.
Oh, I know.
I love your energy, girl. All right, we gonna let you go.
Okay, love y'all.
Love you too. All right.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, how you doing, KC?
I'm good. Really into, a lot of people have really strong opinions about this. I think it's great as far as for dialogue. There's 575 people watching, 658 likes. So we're doing a really good job as a community. Please, everybody, super chat and Cash App GIGI. Let's support her. It's early in the morning where she's at. Cash App is $PinkLips500, and also join our channel membership and share to all your social media channels. Share.
Share, and it's Karen. Hey, you tell Cardi to leave me alone. Hey, Offset, call me. Listen, I'm going to do a special live just for you and Cardi B. Offset, please call me, okay? Yeah, I'm going to always defend my black brother, okay? I got you, Offset. She wrong. Child, they starting up early in the morning. I can't believe this. Offset and Cardi B. It's something. It's going to go down today. I feel it. All right. Well, I thank you so much. I'm going to let you guys go. Make sure you guys like, share, and subscribe. And I will see y'all. Y'all in the next live. All right. Bye.